They seem like a happy family, but behind this photograph lies one of Britain's darkest taboos.
Someone come into the room, and then I felt someone get into the bed. I felt like he was holding me down on my side.
Jaggers was intelligent and he was able to manipulate the people in his lives. He had the risk factors that made him a very violent and dangerous person.
She was saying, it's him, he did this. And I remember saying who, and she said, David. David's the one.
I was 12 and I just found out I was carrying my brother's baby.
Britain's Darkest Taboos reveals the shocking, real stories behind the most horrific acts of familial crime, including prostitution.
Kirsty was two people. As soon as she'd finished her shift in the parlour, she became the girl next door.
Murder.
He systematically, one by one, killed them.
It was a tale of true horror.
And incest.
David, your daddy raped her. I was 12 and I just found out I was carrying my brother's baby.
Vicky Jaggers was born in Tilbury, Essex, the youngest of 4 siblings. She remembers her childhood fondly.
It was just normal, 2 brothers and a sister, and I had Budgie, and, you know, my dad used to go work.
Vicky idolises her father, Len.
Always happy, always joking.
Len said, I want a little girl. And he got a little girl. That's actually why Vicky's called Victoria, because he was victorious.
Vicky forms a special bond with half-brother David, Avril's son from a previous relationship.
And he just used to cuddle her all the time, kiss her. He loved her to pieces. Any sweets he'd try and give her and things like that, you know. He was good with her. And he was a happy kid, always giggling and pulling faces.
The family spent happy times together on holidays across the southeast of England.
He was my brother. I trusted him more than I trusted anyone else.
Kept his eye on her, and at school he wouldn't let anybody bully her or anything.
Just that family thing where you all protect each other.
But protective older brother David starts showing a darker side to his personality.
He'd have fights at school because he'd lose his temper. He hurt one lad. David had hit him, and he'd got a black eye and a split lip and that.
As he grows older, David starts getting involved in criminal activity.
Started getting into trouble in his teenage years. Always fighting, like 15 sort of onwards.
Cars were his thing. He loved driving. Him and his mates actually stole a car that had been left in a car park. And we had the police there then because they'd recognised him, because everybody recognised him because he was so well-mannered.
At the age of 13, David asks his mum to buy him an air rifle so he can shoot at animals with his friends.
But he'd only had it about a fortnight, and we had a policeman at the door. Apparently him and his friend had gone down the alley and they were firing through the bushes. It was right near the railway line, and the fella that did the gates on the railway line, they nearly shot him.
Avril and Len realise something needs to be done about their delinquent son. They need a fresh start for the family. So they move away and become temporary pub managers, travelling from pub to pub every few weeks with 17-year-old David and 12-year-old Vicky in tow.
It was quite, I suppose, lively sort of atmosphere because, like, a lot of them were country pubs. Yeah, they were happy memories.
Although the pub lifestyle suits Avril and Len, it is beginning to have consequences for their children. Forensic psychologist Dr. Kerry Nixon works with Merseyside police profiling serious violent offenders. She's been analysing Jagger's behaviour.
We know from looking at Jagger's past that he had difficulties in childhood. The family didn't settle in one place very long. So in terms of building up long-standing relationships, there doesn't seem to be any security in Jagger's life. We see a lot of delinquent behaviour, which again, from the literature we know is a risk factor. He's got previous convictions for delinquent behaviour, antisocial traits. It's a risk factor for violent behaviour, but also for sex offences.
Vicky and David actually used to spend a lot of time downstairs with us.
I was always with older people in the pubs and things like that as well. That's when all my schooling went out the window.
Psychologist Emma Kenny works with victims of family abuse in her clinics and recognises the impact this has.
Vicky would not have been able to form secure, supportive attachments with peers. She wouldn't have been able to have reliances on teachers and educators who could have helped her when tragedy struck. And in fact, what that would have done was have built a reliance on her brother's relationship with her.
Jaggers is becoming a ticking time bomb. Already a danger to the public, he now sets his sights on those closest to him. He was about to commit one of the sickest crimes imaginable.
Someone come into the room, and then I felt the bed. I felt someone get into the bed.
At the time, what did you think was happening?
I don't know, I was too scared.
She said, I'm never going back in that room.
That's her brother. Right. These are the people that you trust the most in your life. That trust had been destroyed.
The childhood of 12-year-old Vicky Jaggers is about to be destroyed by the one person she trusts the most, her older brother David. Vicky remembers the pub she was living in at the time.
I know it was an old coach inn, a little bit spooky because where it was old it used to creak and you had all the old wooden floorboards. I went to bed early. I think it was about 9 because everyone was still downstairs.
As Vicky sleeps upstairs, her brother David returns home.
I remember waking up, I think, when the door opened. Would have been about 10:30. Someone come into the room. Normally my mum and dad check on me, so I just went back to sleep.
But it's not Vicky's parents entering the room that night. It's her brother David.
And then I felt someone get into the bed. And then he did what he did. Left. And then I just laid there crying all night. I could tell it was him because certain smells, different aftershaves and all that sort of thing. I knew it was him. I was scared. Cried most of the night.
Detective Sergeant Tracy Wheeler has worked in the Child Protection Unit at Essex Police for more than 10 years, dealing directly with family abuse cases.
He would have been 17 at the time. He had sex with her without a word. Didn't threaten her, didn't say anything to her, and consequently she didn't say anything back. And I can't imagine how frightened you have to be to not move a muscle or say anything or not cry out in any way.
He took away her childhood in that instant, and for that it's unforgivable.
But the question for Dr. Kerry Nixon is, how did David Jaggers go from stealing cars to committing incest on his 12-year-old sister?
From what we can see from how Jaggers raped Vicky, and from what we know from research in how young people sexually abuse, it would suggest that Jaggers has actually had some kind of early initiation of sex. Now, this could be through pornography, it could be from seeing sex in the household, but it certainly suggests the manner in which he raped Vicky, how he went about it, the raping her from behind, the not saying anything, the control. It all suggests that this is something that he has witnessed in his background.
The next morning, Vicky goes down to breakfast with her family.
I couldn't sleep at all that night, and the next morning I did actually have to go into the kitchen, and he was in there, and he was just normal. Everyone was just getting on with life as normal.
Whilst this has changed her life, to everybody else's eyes, she's just getting up and walking in the kitchen and having a breakfast. And that normality shifts you. It makes you think, hang on, did this happen? Has this happened? Am I imagining this? What would I say if I needed to talk about it?
I was confused. I didn't know whether it was normal or anything. Being in the pubs, moving around, I didn't spend a lot of time with any friends, so I didn't know what their families were like. So, yeah, I just thought it was normal.
She loved her family. She loved her mum. She adored her father. The idea of speaking words that would transform that experience forever was just too overwhelming for her. And that's the tragedy with family abuse.
David, the protective older brother she trusted, has become her abuser.
He's got such an evil look sometimes. He's only got to look at you and you just see an evil streak. My whole view of him changed.
Almost like in non-verbal communication, a message is given. You won't talk. She's scared of him. He's not who she believed he was. If he's capable of raping her, what else is he capable of?
The fact that he managed to control Vicky, not to say anything, gave him an enhanced sense of confidence. He got away with it, and he then could go on and get away with further crimes.
David Jaggers isn't finished with his sister Vicky.
I went home that night after school. The pub opened as normal. Had dinner. I went to bed. Didn't really sleep much. And he come in again. And the same happened again that night. He got in my bed and he raped me for a second time.
On the third consecutive night, David rapes his sister Vicky again.
I just know after the third night I didn't like it and I made up an excuse because the pub was haunted. That the ghost was in my room and I wasn't sleeping in there anymore. And I used to sleep on my mum and dad's floor in their bedroom.
When she was talking, like saying there was a ghost there, she seemed to be absolutely terrified, so obviously we didn't force her to go back into the bedroom.
This is the last time David rapes Vicky, but her worst fears become reality.
I was 12 and I just found out I was carrying my brother's baby, and I was terrified. I was really worried about him finding out. Didn't know whether he was going to hurt me or anything like that, so yeah, I was scared, very scared.
When David finds out Vicky is pregnant, he moves out of the family home. But Avril still has no idea her beloved son is the father.
We asked her who it was, and she said a boy at school. And she said that it had happened in a field at the back of the school.
As Vicky is underage, the police get involved, and she makes up another story to hide her dark secret.
I actually told them that it was someone who I was seeing on a caravan park, whose baby it was, who was underage as well. So there was no further action. There was never a point that I even thought of telling the truth.
The police don't believe Vicky's story and ask Avril if the father could be a family member.
They asked me if I thought it could be Len, and I said, no, I'm sorry, no way. Just absolutely no way. And then they said, well, what about David? And I said, to be honest, I really don't know. I just didn't know.
But Vicky can't bring herself to tell the truth. A few months later, at the age of 13, Vicky gives birth to Kirsty.
There was no hate, no nothing. It was just love. I don't look at her and think David's daughter. I look at her and think my daughter.
Avril agrees to bring up Kirsty, and Vicky goes to boarding school to continue her studies. Over the next 3 years, David Jaggers keeps a low profile, but he remains a threat to women.
We know from sex offenders that the average age of first offence for a sex offender is about 23. And many sex offenders have had previous offences that they've not been caught for. So therefore, they go on to offend more and more. And the more that they get away with it, they learn from that behaviour. They learn how to offend. They learn how to control, how to manipulate.
Having got away with the rapes on Vicky, David Jaggers begins a relationship with a single mum of 2, Helen Mitchell, whose parents live opposite Avril.
This man, called Jaggers, David Jaggers, come to visit somebody in the flats who lived underneath my sister, and he sat out there all day and right till late at night, and then my sister, like being a kind person, went out there and said to him, "You're welcome to come up." Well, my sister didn't know anything about him, what he'd done to his own sister, because she wouldn't have let him in her flat if she knew he was an evil person. So she let him in, and then he sort of done the charm on my sister, and they ended up getting together.
Even though Helen was considered an outgoing, bubbly young woman liked by lots of people, people like David can seek out people's weaknesses. And in this case, that played out in an incredibly tragic way.
Jaggers was intelligent and he was able to manipulate the people in his lives probably because of his intelligence. So he had the risk factors that made him a very violent and dangerous person, but he also had the intelligence and the glibness and the charm to be able to execute all this.
It's not long before David becomes violent towards Helen.
And then she started, like, a few black eyes here and there, and I used to say to her, "How'd you get there, Mel?" "Oh, I done that on the door," or "I fell." And then in my mind, I used to think, I know he's done that, but she used to say, no, don't be silly, of course he ain't. Sort of protecting him.
We were sitting eating dinner, and he just said straight across the table to her, "Shut your mouth. I can't eat with you with your mouth wide open. I don't want to see what you're eating in front of everybody."
The risk factors that we can see in Jaggers' behaviour towards Helen, the emotional abuse, the physical violence, combined with what's happened to Jaggers as a child, makes him a very dangerous character indeed.
Helen's 2 daughters, Tara and Lucy, are just 4 and 2 at the time.
I know my dad used to say he used to get a phone call to come down because he's broke Tara and Lucy's toys or nicked the money out the telly. I think he broke my mum's nose once and he come down to help her, but she always got back with him. And my dad just sort of felt like there's only so much he could do, you know.
Her family would have wanted her to confide in them. But actually, how many of us are ready to say, my relationship's going wrong? How many of us think it won't happen again? She's a classic example of a really fantastic young woman who met the wrong man.
We see in his relationship with Helen that he demeans her, he humiliates her, he controls her, he tells her what to do, he puts her down in front of people, and these are all risk factors in domestic abuse perpetration.
Sheila's concerns over Jaggers were confirmed when her sister rings her, asking for help.
And when I got there, he had this silver case, and I'll always remember as long as I live. It was a case with all different types of knives in it. And I said to him, "Before you put that knife through my sister, you'll put it through me first." He put all the knives back, put them in the case, and I said, "Ellen, get your stuff, because you're coming home with me. And I took Tara, Lucy and Ellen, and they come and stayed with me.
Tara remembers David Jaggers threatening her mum in front of her.
He had like a suitcase, and he opened the suitcase up, and there was like big knives, little knives, and he pulled the biggest one out and he put it up against my mum's throat, and he threatened her. That's all I really remember of that day. It was only a couple of weeks later that she was found dead.
I phoned the police and I said, my son's just told me he's killed his girlfriend.
He took my mum away. He done it, he's evil.
After committing incest on his 12-year-old sister Vicky, David Jaggers has moved on to his next victim, his girlfriend, single mum of 2, Helen Mitchell.
All I know is she was beautiful. Just by a photograph, I couldn't remember her voice or anything like that.
Jaggers' behaviour towards Helen is spiralling out of control.
There's verbal abuse, there's emotional abuse, there's humiliation, there's threats with knives, weapon use is a known risk factor, there's humiliation, there's sexual assault. You know, the risk factors are endless in Jaggers' history. Something tips him over the edge on that day.
When Helen comes home from a night out, Jaggers is waiting up for her. They start arguing.
I can see in my head as well, my mum trying to get to a door. She's running to the door, but he's pulling her.
He strangled her. He strangled my sister with his bare hands. And at the night he killed my sister, my 2 nieces was in the house upstairs.
I was 2 years old when my mum was killed. I don't remember my mum at all. I have no memories of her.
But Helen's eldest daughter, Tara, is in the room watching.
I just remember saying to him, "Where's Mummy?" And he pointed to an armchair. She had her legs over one and her arm over another with her eyes shut, and the sheet was up to there. Right,
Floppy arms.
Yeah. And he said, "Kiss Mummy and I'll take you to Nanny's." My last 2 memories of my mum kissing her, and she was asleep.
I think he's sick for making you kiss her.
He took my mum away. He done it, he's evil. How can you do that? And I know that sometimes you're in the heat of the moment, but there was 2 little girls in that house that night.
But Helen's daughters aren't alone. Her 14-year-old sister is also there. In another sickening act, Jaggers goes upstairs and has unlawful sex with Helen's sister. Then he takes Tara to his mum's, leaving Helen's dead body undiscovered.
I said to him, "What's the matter?" And he said, "I've killed Ellen. I've taken her life."
For Dr. Kerry Nixon, David Jaggers' remorse is at odds with his violent behaviour.
But he seems incredibly mixed up. In one hand, he's controlling the victims, unbelievably. He's controlling, even to the point where he's telling the daughter to kiss her mother. He's showing no remorse after the rape of Vicky to his family members. They say that his behaviour isn't changing. But on another side, he breaks down.
Avril has to make a decision.
I phoned the police and I said, my son's just told me he's killed his girlfriend. He kept saying that he'd taken the little girls' mums away.
He took a relationship that a mother and daughter have, which I've never had.
Helen's death at the hands of David also has a huge impact on Vicky.
I felt guilty, scared, because that could have been me. Guilty because I should have said something sooner. He could have hurt Kirsty, he could have hurt me. So yeah, I made the decision to never say anything.
David is arrested by police and charged with the murder of Helen. In February 1990, 20-year-old David Jaggers pleads guilty to manslaughter and is sentenced to 6 years in prison. He's also convicted of unlawful sex with a girl and is given 6 months to run concurrently. But Helen's daughters will grow up never knowing their mum.
He took my mum away. And that's the most important thing in your life, really. Everyone's got a mum.
Yeah, but it's different, because if your mum dies of, like, cancer or something like that,
You've got time to...
You can learn to deal with it. But when someone's took your mum away, it's a bit harder. Because it weren't her time then.
With David Jaggers behind bars for the killing of Helen Mitchell, Vicky feels safe enough to return home from boarding school and starts building her relationship with her daughter Kirsty.
She's always known that Vicky is her mum. I mean, we've never hidden it. It's always been there. Although, like, from then, she called me mum, she called Len dad, she called Vicky Vicky.
But this happy time was short-lived for the family. Vicky's beloved dad is diagnosed with terminal cancer, and David Jaggers is released early, having served just 4 years for killing Helen. David is back in Vicky's life, and the consequences are terrifying.
David come in one day and had a go at me, saying that I didn't care about my dad. And I actually turned around to him and said, "Why do you care? He's not even your dad." And he actually strangled me and turned me blue. That reinforced what he did to his girlfriend, and why I was so scared. That just put it in place. Like, I'm definitely never saying anything.
After the attack, Vicky cuts David out of her life and moves on, having 4 more children. She gets married to Kelly, and over the next 10 years has virtually no contact with her brother. But the threat posed by David to her and her family is never far away. 18 years after he raped his sister, David Jaggers is staying at his mum Avril's house, and Vicky's teenage daughters are also there visiting their grandmother.
I don't think Vicky realised that he'd been spending time at mine. His computer and everything was there because he'd lost his flat. And this particular day I got up and he was on the computer. And obviously he'd been there all night. Vicky's girls were upstairs and they were all playing around, laughing and joking. And David got up and went and shouted at them. So they ran off home.
I was going absolutely mad, stomping up the road. I just know I wanted the girls out of there.
Get over here!
Because she was going up to obviously sort out what was going on. But she was going nuts at me, and I was turning round to her and I was saying, calm down. This is your brother. What are you worried about? So he's turned around and had a go at one of them. I was defending him.
It's totally out of context. It doesn't make sense. And to Kelly, her partner, this absolutely doesn't make sense. But he knows, because he knows her, he loves this woman, and he recognises there has got to be something more deep. There has got to be.
She was at the bottom of the stairs, screaming that he was there all night with her girls and she weren't going to have that. He weren't going to do it again. David was standing near the window and could hear a load of shouting downstairs. And David just turned round and he said, everybody's going to hate me now. And I went, why? Don't be daft. Love you. And he said, no, everybody's going to make me. And I said, well, why? And he said, they just are, Mum. I know they are.
Vicky had challenged him, and he knew that the rape of Vicky was about to come out. So suddenly, all the things that he was controlling in his life and had control over were starting to fall down around him.
He realised everything was going to come out, and he went off.
With David on the run, a confused Kelly takes Vicky home.
Taking her home and opening that communication, starting to talk to her about what he's just seen, his concerns, recognising that there has to be something more opens the opportunity for Vicky to talk. And finally, in her loving, supportive relationship, with the recognition that David is dangerous and could harm her children, she does the ultimate courageous thing. She tells the truth.
It was so harrowing. It was unbelievable. She just burst into tears, and I sort of, what's the matter? Why all the tears? And that's when she just blurted. That's the only word I can use. Blurted out everything.
It just all sort of just spilled out. Everything it all come out at once, and it was like a relief to actually finally tell someone.
She was saying, it's him, he did this. And I remember saying who, and she said, David's the one. I said, David's the one what? David's her dad. I said, what are you on about? And that's when she said David was the one who raped me when I was 12. And I was just gobsmacked. I didn't know what to do. I just literally just put my arm around her and said, right, so no, it'll be all right. We're all right. I know what's going on. So no, we can sort this. All right, and she was just a wreck. You're talking the person that, one of the people that she should most trust in the world has let her down in that way.
In that moment, everything changes. That's when she reclaims her power. And Kelly is able to help her start the process of bringing David to justice.
Kelly must now break the news to Vicky's mother, Avril.
He said, I've got something to tell you, and Vicky is really, really frightened. She's really, really worried. And I said, why, what's the matter with her? You know, I thought there was something wrong. And he said, I've got to tell you, David has cursed his dad. And it didn't seem surprising. It was as if in somewhere I knew. And all I could think about was, is Vicky okay? You know, she must be in a dreadful state if she said it now after all this time.
Her words were, I need her to know that I do believe. Right, and that is the first thing she wanted to do, was to make sure that her daughter knew that she believed her.
Granny called me down and she was like, you could tell she'd been crying, her eyes were all red and that, and she was like shaking a little bit. And they sat me down and they told me.
She just told us that David, your daddy, raped her. And all she was worried actually was Vicky. Just, is she all right? And I said, I don't know.
I just didn't know what to do. I didn't even start crying at first. It just didn't register, like it couldn't be true. I just didn't know if I was dreaming, if it was real or what.
We went to Vicky's and as soon as I walked in the door, I just grabbed hold of her and cuddled her, and she cried, and we both cried actually. And I just kept saying to her, I'm sorry.
Kirsty gave me a big huddle. We sat there crying for hours.
She just gave me a hug and said sorry, but I didn't see why she had to be sorry. It wasn't her fault, no.
This is the saddest part of this journey, because all of those fears that she had, that she'd be rejected, that people wouldn't believe her, that she would lose her family, don't happen. And in fact, Avril and Kirsty just want to go and find her and hold her. And that's exactly what happens. And in a way, that's one of the hardest things that abuse survivors have to realise, that very often the people that they believe they will lose actually become their greatest support.
But Vicky's ordeal was far from over. She has to make a statement to the police about the rapes.
And then my nightie went up. And then I felt him.
In one final desperate act, Jaggers kidnaps another woman and holds her hostage for 3 days.
From my experience of David Jaggers, he's a very damaged individual. What damaged him or who damaged him, I don't know.
The police launch a manhunt, but will they find him in time? It's December 2004, and convicted killer and rapist David Jaggers is a wanted man. Realising his sister is about to go to the police, Jaggers kidnaps a young woman in Essex and is holding her against her will.
Jaggers is very much what I term a violent control individual. High levels of aggression, high levels of violence, but also high levels of controlling behaviour to the women in his life particularly. So this is just another extension of his violence and his control against women.
Meanwhile, Vicky is about to be interviewed by police.
Vicky has carried a secret with her for 18 years. 18 years. She's tried to avoid the feelings, put it to the back of her mind, get on with her life, and then all of a sudden, the secret is out, and the secret has consequences. And in this case, she needs to tell the police, and a DNA test needs to be carried out on Kirsty to confirm what she's saying. And even though everybody believes her, the process has to occur. And that process involves giving statements and talking about it for only the second time in her life, and to strangers. This is ultimately terrifying for anybody who's been through an abuse cycle.
When I first interviewed her, the release with the catharsis was unbelievable. She just sobbed and sobbed and sobbed. And when I first met her, it was like walking into a room with a 12-year-old girl again. She became that little girl that had happened to all those years ago.
And then my nightie went up. And then I felt him.
She knew instantly that it was David. She knew his smell. She knew his aftershave or his cologne that he always wore. And he had long hair at the time, and that she felt his long hair on her back. She said it was pitch black. She had blackout curtains, and there was absolutely nothing she could see, but she knew instinctively, and by the build of the body, that it was her brother.
Where on your body did he touch you?
On my legs. Just like my nightie up.
Okay.
And then on my arms. Felt like he was holding me down on my side.
At the time, what did you think was happening?
I don't know, I was too scared.
Did you know about sex at that age?
Not properly. And then he stopped. And then he just got out and walked out.
And she didn't say anything to anybody. Nothing was said the next day. And the next night, exactly the same thing happened again. And the next night, exactly the same thing happened again. She got very upset. We had to stop at times. I think she went out a couple of times for a cigarette, and she needed to make sure that Kelly was there, and Kelly was nearby. He wasn't in the room for the interview. He's in the next room, but he saw everything and heard everything that she said, but she needed him nearby in order to have the strength to speak to us.
How did you feel afterwards?
Scared, dirty, I don't know.
Video statements were hard, but it was seeing her in that chair again, explaining exactly what she had to explain to me, but having to go into great detail.
I felt it pushing his penis between my legs.
Was that the first time you'd had sex with anybody?
Yeah,
Was there any bleeding at all?
not that I know of.
Okay.
I don't remember any.
That is the hardest thing I've ever been through, because this is the woman that I love. She didn't deserve that, and it wasn't fair.
David Jaggers releases his victim, then calls a friend saying he is evil and deserves to die. Armed police close in on Jaggers.
I was in the process of the investigation in relation to the incest, and I was made aware that David Jaggers had been arrested after a siege involving what was thought to be a replica or imitation handgun.
Jaggers is transferred to the police station, where he meets Tracy Wheeler.
I interviewed David Jaggers with a colleague of mine over 5 or 6 tapes, and if you think a tape is 45 minutes long, that's a long time to be interviewing somebody. He knew exactly why he was arrested, he knew exactly what he was going to be questioned about, and chose to say no comment all the way through the interview.
But this was the end for Jaggers. DNA tests confirm he's cursed his father.
It was at that time then he changed his plea to guilty, and then obviously was convicted and sentenced.
In May 2005, David Jaggers is convicted of kidnap, rape, making threats to kill, use of an imitation firearm, and finally 3 counts of incest, the rapes of his sister Vicky 18 years earlier. He is given an 11-year determinate sentence to run alongside a life sentence with a minimum tariff of 6 years.
We know that Judge, when sentencing Jaggers to life imprisonment, said that he had a very disturbed childhood. That helps me understand what led to the sequence of these events. This individual has been created. You know, he has got serious issues from childhood.
From my experience of David Jaggers, he's a very damaged individual. What damaged him or who damaged him, I don't know. But something must have happened to him, or he must be ill to have behaved in the way that he did.
Despite David Jaggers' despicable crimes, the families and the victims left behind have remained strong.
If we all destroy ourselves, he's going to love that sitting in prison. He's won, isn't he? And it ain't about who's winning in a game. So we have to be strong for each other. You ain't got no choice in life. You've either got to crack up or carry on.
I think we were the only sisters that didn't actually argue, weren't they?
My kids don't stop.
Yeah, I say
It's
that
not
to them as
normal.
well.
It's not
Me and
normal.
my sister
Me and
never
mum.
used to say the same thing.
They were the kids in that situation. They have grown up knowing that the only other shared experience, the only other person who can truly relate to that, the only person who can comfort them in those moments where they haven't got a Mother's Day card prepared, they don't have a celebration of a birthday, they don't have somebody to comfort them in the way that only a mother can. They have each other and they can comfort one another. And that, in a way, is where David loses his power, because these children became women who have a strong, lifelong bond that a mother would be proud of.
Mean everything.
Yeah.
I love you to pieces.
Yeah. And you.
He's made me a stronger person. Ruined the first part of my life, but made me a stronger person in adult life.
Everything had been on hold. It's as if life had been on hold. And the relief, and Vicky actually got a night's sleep. When everything's over, you realise, and you realise why, and it puts everything into place. So you're able to move on, like, because that jigsaw's now complete. Right, and now we're on a new one, and it doesn't involve him.
What almost destroyed Vicky now gives her the strength to carry on. Her family.
My family's everything to me. I wouldn't be here without them. I really truly believe that if I hadn't have had my kids, I wouldn't be here today. He would have actually won.
On October the 23rd, 2010, 15-year-old Rebecca Aylward meets up with her on-off boyfriend Joshua Davis, hoping to rekindle their relationship. She never returns home. Police uncover a dark taboo. The murder has been plotted using Facebook and text messages, and the incentive for murder appears to be the offer of a free breakfast.
In almost 40 years of reporting on murder cases and other serious cases, I think Joshua Davis is one of the most dangerous people I've come across.
This is about killing somebody, and he's texting about a breakfast. That's shocking.
She's safe with me, and he kept reassuring me she's safe with me. I'll always look after her, you know. And I believed him. I believed him, but he fooled us all.
Britain's Darkest Taboos reveals the shocking, real stories behind the most horrific acts of familial crime, including prostitution.
Kirsty was two people. As soon as she'd finished her shift in the parlour, she became the girl next door.
Murder.
He systematically, one by one, killed them.
It was a tale of true horror.
And incest.
David, your daddy raped Peter.
I was 12 and I just found out I was carrying my brother's baby.
Rebecca Aylward was born on the 28th of February 1995 in Bridgend, South Wales, the eldest of three siblings.
Beautiful baby. Couldn't stop looking at her. I mean, everybody just worshipped Rebecca as a baby. She looked like a little doll with rosy cheeks and just a beautiful baby. You just can't believe she's yours. No feeling like it.
Rebecca has a strong bond with her younger siblings, Jessica and Jack.
We were all very close, and they're wonderful people, wonderful little people.
Hi, Mum. Happy Mother's Day. Love from Beck, Jack, and Jess.
Rebecca's loving nature extends to her school life.
If anybody was getting bullied, she would be devastated. She would really, really be upset and feel their pain.
She was like my best friend. Like, she was always there for me and like always supported me through the things that I had.
At secondary school, Rebecca finds herself in the same class as Joshua Davis.
Davis was in her class, but she wasn't really aware of him for the first year or so.
Supply teacher Lorraine Sturringer teaches both Rebecca and Josh in her classes.
He used to sit with the quiet boys, Becca sat with the quiet girls, and they used to get on with their work. He was the same, and I remember, you know, he responded well to praise. If I praised him for his work, he would be very pleased. I didn't notice anything really odd about him.
Forensic psychologist Dr. Kerry Nixon works with Merseyside Police, profiling serious violent offenders. She's been analysing Josh's behaviour in school.
A very clever young man who charmed pretty much everybody. Teachers, his friends. He was known as the leader of the group. He was an attention seeker. People said that you would always know when Davis was in the room because he would want the attention on himself.
Like Josh, Rebecca is a diligent, hard-working student with academic ability.
She had great plans for her future, but she wasn't very vocal about it. You know, she just kept it. She was a model student in class.
Rebecca had a really bright future in front of her. She was really smart. She wouldn't show it, but when she went there, had to think or work, she was so sharp and so fast and so much talent, so much mind. She was really, really intelligent.
Constantly into books, and all our grades, they were A star.
Rebecca and Josh become close friends, and she invites him to spend time with her family.
I saw him walking down the drive. They both got off the school bus together, straight from school, and I thought, oh, he looks really nice. You know, he looked gentle and happy, smiling, and he came in and everybody in the family liked him. He was really charming and polite, just a really nice boy.
Psychologist Emma Kenny works with victims of domestic abuse in her clinics and has been looking into this case.
Any mother has questions about their children's choices and partners. If they're a bad kid, if they're not doing well at school, if people in the local area are negative about them. But in Davy's case, nothing demonstrated those factors. He succeeded academically, he was outgoing, he was popular, considered a leader, he was in class top sets. This was the perfect boyfriend for your daughter.
But there appears to be another side to Josh's personality.
A lot of people did like him, but again, at the same time, a lot of people disliked him. Like, with the figure that he wanted to be, like the leader, obviously he was going to have a few enemies, and some people were intimidated by him as well.
Davis had a massive ego, and he was a real control freak. At the same time, everything had to be under his control. Just thought he could beat anyone, was smarter than anyone, was just better than anyone at anything. He would just succeed at it because he was Davis.
Davis's behaviour displays some very narcissistic traits. He wanted to be in charge. He liked being the leader. He liked getting people to do what he wanted them to do.
Josh makes it clear to Rebecca that he wants them to take their friendship to the next level.
In the October 2009, she said, he wants us to get together, and I said, what do you mean by that? And he's your boyfriend. And she said yes.
They were really good together, I guess, because they were like best friends, and she like cared for him so much. Like, it's just the whole world was him.
When Becca told me she was dating Josh, I thought it was great, you know, because both similar, ambitious, intelligent, polite pupils. I thought the same as everyone else. It's a nice relationship.
He was her first boyfriend. And like I said, he got on great with the family. He'd spend a lot of time with us. Rebecca would ring lunchtime and say, is it okay for Josh to come over? And I said, right, okay, I'll get your tea ready by the time you all come home from school. And, you know, that was just a regular thing. They'd just have a laugh, they'd be on the computer.
I'd see him around school all the time, and like they were just all over each other, and they seemed so happy, and then they had loads of pictures together of the house. He got on so well with the entire family. I mean, he just seemed perfect.
Rebecca, she adored Josh. That's all she talked about. She really did worship him. He was just part of the family. And he used to say to me, he said, you know, I swear to protect her, I'll always protect her, and she's safe with me. And he kept reassuring me, she's safe with me. I'll always look after her, you know. And I believed him. I believed him, but he fooled us all.
Sonia is alarmed when she finds out what Josh keeps in his bedroom.
He had antique guns and knives and very unusual things in his bedroom.
When I first saw the knives, I thought, well, there's a lot of knives in here, but I didn't think anything of it. I just thought it was a collection for him.
They used to go to his room, all of them used to go to his room and listen to music, and the first time I think Jessica went there, he came out of his bedroom and he held a knife to her and it took her aback, you know, it frightened her.
As well as his collection of weapons, Josh writes stories about killing and draws pictures of a macabre nature.
I remember probably about a year before that, Rebecca showed me some of his drawings and paintings that he had done, and they were very dark.
He seems obsessed with killing generally. His obsession with weapons and drawing depictions of devils and monsters is just another factor of that.
For Sonia, she had invited Davies into her home because she trusted that he would be a good person, and that's mostly how we need to be in life. He was a very, very sly, clever young man, and nobody could have known what he was capable of.
She thought that there was romance in the air, and all the time he was plotting to murder her.
This is about killing somebody, and he's texting about a breakfast. That's shocking.
He's got all the hallmarks of a psychopath, everything.
It's January 2010, and 14-year-old Rebecca Aylward has been dating classmate Joshua Davies for 3 months. But this love affair is about to turn sour.
He'd spent that weekend with us, the end of January, I think it was, the last week of January. And he said, just before he left, his mother picked him up and he said, that's the best weekend I've ever had in my life. I've really enjoyed it, because they really did have fun that weekend, all of them, you know. That's all they did was laugh, and they were taking funny photographs of each other. Rebecca painted his nails. He insisted on her painting his nails, and it was just great. And then he said his goodbyes to us, as he usually did.
A few hours later, Davies dumps Rebecca without explanation.
Rebecca, she was really upset, and I asked her what was the matter, and I said, "It's him, is it?" And she said, "Yeah." And I said, "What? Have you finished?" And she said, "Yes." He just finished the relationship out of the blue. Couldn't understand why. And I said, "Well, why? Has he got another girlfriend or anything?" And she said, she was really baffled by him, as was I.
Psychologist and relationships expert Emma Kenny believes Davies knows exactly what he's doing.
To me, that says that he enjoyed the drama. He enjoyed making Rebecca feel bad. He knew that he had power over her feelings, and he was willing to put that to negative purpose.
Davies's attitude to Rebecca changes dramatically.
After they'd broken up, he told everyone that she was pregnant. Yeah, he used to do anything, like the worst things, to run her into the ground. Everyone he knew, he would just bend to go against like new people he met. The first thing he would be doing is trying to make them hate Becca. He would just hound her and just be determined to run her into the ground. That was like his sole priority in life. Davies had broken her down over a long time.
Dr. Kerry Nixon explains how bullying is an all-too-common form of domestic abuse in teenage relationships.
We know that often teenagers will be involved in domestic abuse situations, and often will bring in other people as part of that abuse. So his systematic bullying behaviour towards Rebecca is not that unusual. Of course, the events that followed is unusual.
Wary of Davies's behaviour, Rebecca makes a chilling prediction to her friends.
Becca often thought he would try and kill her. She was like terrified of him.
He seemed to obsessively hate Rebecca. There was a comment by one of his friends that, "Oh, you know, forget about it, soon you'll be leaving school and you'll never have to see Rebecca again." And he made a comment that her being aware that she was living and breathing was enough to anger him. So obsessive ruminations and thoughts about Rebecca that led to him planning to kill her.
Davis starts telling his friends about his sinister plots.
Every single way you can think of killing someone, he would have mentioned doing this in some way to her. Like this bridge in Aberkenfig, he wanted to push her off and make her jump off maybe, and because she couldn't swim, he'd just leave her there to drown.
Davis's friends pass off his comments as just teenage bravado, but Dr. Kerry Nixon believes Davis was deadly serious.
I think his friends thought that this was all, you know, a bit of a joke, and it was, if you were to kill Rebecca, how would you go about it? For him, it was very serious, and the level of detail that he was starting to give, and the fact that he was obsessing and think of intricate details of how he would go about it, shows how at risk Rebecca was.
Journalist Bob Arthur has been reporting on murders across South Wales for almost 40 years and covered this case.
He made various threats to kill her. He said he would poison her. And indeed, the police found a concoction of deadly nightshade and foxglove, which he had mixed together. He'd done the research, he got the ingredients. He had made the potion.
He found a pestle and mortar and foxgloves crushed in Coca-Cola in the grandparents' summer house.
He became obsessed at that time with killing Rebecca and would actually plan about how he would go about killing her. And what we know in terms of risk assessment of somebody planning something like that, if they're giving very vague, open threats, it may not be as much as a concern. But if somebody's actually planning the meticulous details of how they're going to do it, when they're going to do it, and what they're going to do, and in this case, Davis actually experimenting with poisons, this indicates that this was very serious and therefore was very high risk.
In the summer of 2010, Rebecca becomes unwell and starts having blackouts. She spends time in hospital having tests, but the cause of her illness is undiagnosed. Yet, unlike the rest of their friendship group, Davis shows no concern for her welfare.
When Rebecca came out of hospital, I said, have Josh contacted you and asked you how you are or anything like that, you know? Because I thought that he would have been visiting her in the hospital. And she said, no, nothing at all. He haven't mentioned nothing, as if it hasn't never happened. That was a totally different person to the person that sat in my house.
As Rebecca recovers, Davis continues to plot her demise.
He and a group of his friends from school used to meet in the same cafe every Saturday morning for breakfast. And that was where this very, very sad joke emerged, where one of his friends jokingly said that if he did kill her, he'd buy him a breakfast. And Davis sort of latched onto this. And in the days leading up to the murder, he sent text messages along the lines of, soon you'll owe me that breakfast, soon you'll have to buy me that breakfast, soon you'll have to keep your word.
You'd almost think that he wasn't going to go through with it because he was so superficial about it, so matter of fact. You know, the breakfast comment, am I going to get that breakfast? So matter of fact that he was actually, this is about killing somebody, and he's texting about a breakfast. That's shocking.
In September 2010, Rebecca returns to school and begins a new relationship with another boy. But Davis appears jealous and starts showing an interest in her again.
They talked a few times about getting back together and things, but like, he would just sometimes switch back into hating her, but it was more and more staying on the liking of her. She would say, I still care about him because no one's ever looked after me and been like that with me before, so I'd love that again. So she would have gone back to him any time, and she was so hopeful that that time they'd be together.
Davis knows Rebecca wants to get back with him, and he appears interested in rekindling their relationship.
When you look at the different journeys that Rebecca and Davis were taking, you couldn't be further polarities. Here we have a young girl desperate to be with her boyfriend, in love, wanting to do whatever it took to make it work, genuinely, authentically caring for this boy. On the other side, you have Davis, a boy who all the while is talking to friends about how he intends to harm her, what he'd like to do to her, and ultimately how he intends to destroy her.
On the evening of Friday, the 22nd of October, Davis asks Rebecca to meet him in Aberkenfig and implies that they're going to get back together.
She was talking to him on the internet in the night, and she'd show me the conversation. She'd be sitting next to me, and I'd say, oh, look, he's changed his profile picture. And I said, what's he planning then? And she said, I know, I was curious about that. Now, every time that he does something unusual, he changes his profile picture. Like if he was going to ask somebody to go out with him, or if he was going to do something different, very, very different. And the picture he's got up is of the actual woods.
He appeared to not show any sense of concern that he was advertising to everybody, that he was showing them where he was going to kill Rebecca.
The next morning, Rebecca is up early, in anticipation of her date with Davis.
She was really excited about meeting him and fetching him back, and hoping that he persuaded her that he was going to ask her back out, and she thought that he was going to, because she assured me he changed and he was back to the old Josh, the nice Josh.
She spent time getting herself ready, putting her makeup on, doing her hair. Her mother recalls that she was dancing and singing in her bedroom. This was the period of joy for her. She was hopeful. She trusted him. She had no suspicions whatsoever that he was plotting to kill her.
And she'd bought a new outfit to go as well. Everything that she wore was brand new. And she was really looking forward to it.
But Davis is not planning on a happy reunion. That morning, he and his friends meet for breakfast in the cafe. And later that day, he leaves them to meet up with Rebecca. Chillingly, he tells them the time has come.
He knew that he could easily get her there. He knew that she still had feelings for him, and that one way of getting her there was to indicate to her that he wanted to get back together, which again is very manipulative of him. He was taking advantage of her feelings for him.
Around 1 o'clock on Saturday, October the 23rd, 2010, Rebecca is dropped off at Sarn train station in Bridgend to meet Davis. It's the last time her family see her. Davis changes the meeting place at the last minute.
She rang me and she said, oh, Mum, she said, I'm in Pandy Park. I said, why are you in Pandy Park? And she said, well, and I said, I thought you were in the car on your way back now with I said, is he with you? And she said, no. I'm really not happy with you being in Pandy Park there by yourself. What's he playing at? She said, I don't know.
Davis is acting strange, and Sonia is concerned. He now asks Rebecca to come into the village to meet him there.
I said, I'm staying on the phone with you on your walk back to the village. She finally got to Church Street, and I said, is there any sign of him? She said then, yeah, I think this is him coming down the hill. Yes, it is him, definitely. And I said to her, are you sure it's Josh Davis? And she said, yes, it's him. And I said, are you 100% sure that's Josh Davis coming down the hill? And she said, yes, it's Josh. And you know, I still wasn't satisfied with that. I asked her the same question again. And she said, yeah, he's standing in front of me right now, she said. Now, normally in school, when he's around, I can hear him always in the background on the phones. Or he'll just take the phone off Rebecca and say, oh, I saw her with things, and he'll have a chat with me. But that day, I didn't hear a sound. Didn't hear him at all. Nothing. Which was very unusual for him. I said bye, and she said, bye, Mum, love you, see you later.
It is the last time Sonia speaks to her daughter.
She thought there was romance in the air, that they were meeting to maybe rekindle their relationship, become boyfriend and girlfriend again. And all the time, he was plotting to murder her.
to be able to lure somebody and hear their screams and still continue to then kill them.
You can't be overstressed how dangerous a person is if they can do that at the age of 16. What can they do at the age of 26 or 36?
He totally took us all in. He really did. We all believed him, and I hate him for doing those things.
On October the 23rd, 2010, 15-year-old Rebecca Aylward meets up with her ex-boyfriend Joshua Davis, hoping to rekindle their relationship. But Davis has other ideas.
At no point did he waver from his plan. You know, it was planned to lure her there. He changed the location to try and put people off the scent. He manipulated her into going there. He bragged about it before and after. So all of that suggests that he was feeling very little emotion about what he was about to do to Rebecca.
When you look back, you're like, it's so obvious that you should have done something. I mean, if someone was watching your life, they'd be like, what are you doing, you idiot? Do something. But when you're in there, you're like, no, there's nothing too bad going on. He's just a really messed up kid. And then when it happens, you're like, it was a lot more than that, and I should have seen it coming.
Around 5 p.m, Sonia's sister calls her, concerned that she hasn't been able to contact her niece.
And I said, you know, what is it? And she said, well, I tried ringing Rebecca and I can't get an answer, and that was never the case.
But there is no word from Rebecca, and the family frantically starts calling around her friends.
Jessica was ringing everybody. They also got another friend of Becca's and Jessica's. And my sister, Jessica, went down to Aberkenfig and started searching while I was looking round on that Saturday night. We were ringing her phone constantly. Sometimes it would ring, sometimes it would go to answer phone. And I knew that it hadn't run out of, you know, the battery wasn't low or anything like that, and I just couldn't understand why she wasn't answering.
There is no sign of Rebecca, and Sonia calls the police and reports her daughter missing. Then later that evening, after numerous attempts, she manages to get hold of Davis.
I eventually rang Davis, and I got through to him, and he kind of said, oh all right, son. You know, not his usual confident self. And I said, have you seen Rebecca today? And he said, no, I've been up my gran's all day. He said, I've been here all day.
But Davis is lying to Sonia. The truth is that afternoon, after meeting up with Rebecca, Davis spends the afternoon with his two friends. He posts on Facebook that he is chilling with friends just a few hours after Rebecca is last seen. Then he and his best friend spend the evening at Davis's grandmother's, watching television. He is there when he speaks to Sonia.
It's shocking, and it is rare. You don't see traits like that in general offenders. That lack of remorse and that glibness and that apparent disregard for the family shows how callous an individual he is.
I said, have you spoke to Rebecca today? And he said, yeah. He said, she was in Aberkenfig, and I rang her, he said, and said that I'm stuck at the moment in my grandmother's house and I can't get back for another 2 hours. He kind of stumbled, and I said, I need to get this straight now because I've got the police involved. I said, I've reported this to the police. Are you telling me now that it was not you standing in front of Rebecca when I was talking to her on the phone? And he said, no. He didn't seem bothered, but I thought that he was, at the time of speaking to him, I thought he was concerned and he was in a bit of shock that she had gone missing, you know. And I didn't think nothing of it then. I said, if you hear anything, let me know straight away. And he said, I will.
As news of Rebecca's disappearance breaks, friends post their concerns on Facebook. Davis himself comments. He says he feels sorry for her mother. But Davis knows exactly where Rebecca is, and so do his friends. As Sonia spends the night, desperate for any news, police continue their search. And then the next morning, one of Davis's friends cracks and tells his parents that Rebecca may be hurt. They call the police.
And she said he's just gone out on a rapid response. And when she said them words, I knew there was something wrong.
But all the time, Davis remains silent.
In my work with violent offenders, you see offenders on a daily basis who don't show remorse, but often they don't show remorse and it's violence with peers. So as part of gang activity, as part of drug taking, drug dealing activity. But when it's such a murder like this, where it's somebody that he knew, that somebody who did nothing to deserve it, to have that level of glibness, that level of no remorse, of lack of regard for the family, it is quite rare. It's really indicative of a very disturbed, violent offender.
Sonia's worst fears are about to become a reality.
When I arrived at my sister's house, there was an officer there waiting, and just by the expression on his face, I knew what had happened. And I think I shouted at him, "Have you got him? Have you got the person that did it?" And he looked at me and he said, "Who?" But then shock hit me then, and I just had to run to the bathroom, you know.
It's every mother's worst nightmare. The police find Rebecca's body, face down, in the woods near Aberkenfig.
You can't describe what it's like. Everything kind of slows down and it feels as if you're walking, you know, I don't know, through knee-deep in water or something. It's just everything slows down, but yet everything's happening so fast around you.
Sonia barely has time to digest what has happened before the police have news for her.
They informed me that they'd arrested 2 boys, and one of them was Joshua Davis. And my first reaction to the police, well, it wouldn't be Josh. And they all shook their heads, you know, at the same time. And they said, "We believe it was Joshua Davis that did it." And I just couldn't believe it,
When the police told me they'd found the body, I immediately thought Davis. They said, "Is anyone that you think?" And I said, Davis, 100%, just no one else.
When I saw it on the news and that someone had been arrested, I immediately, straight away, thought it was Josh. There was no doubt in my mind that I thought it was him.
The police agree, and Davis is charged with murder. The dark taboo that Rebecca's killer could be her schoolboy boyfriend sent shockwaves around the country. The trial begins in July 2011.
Well, Swansea Crown Court does see a lot of high-profile murder cases. It's just a really, really sad case, and one that will definitely not just stick in my memory, but will stick in the memory of the community.
But Davis doesn't seem to have a care in the world.
He dressed like, you know, like a teenager going for their first job interview, you know, maybe not dressed in a suit. But throughout the trial, he was very kind of vague in his expressions. It seemed like if things didn't really faze him, or he wasn't paying attention to what was happening. It all seemed to be washing over him.
He showed very little interest in his own murder trial. There were some sessions he didn't even attend. Spent most of it looking down at the floor or around the room, not showing any great interest in the evidence or what was being said about him, and showing no reaction to what was said.
Everyone in the court was moved. Everyone was full of emotion, even all the officials. You know, it's an emotional thing when a young person is brutally taken, and yeah, there was no feeling. And when I looked at his eyes, I thought, there is nothing. It's like he had no soul.
The shock of seeing a 16-year-old A-grade student with a promising future standing on trial for murder makes this case so chilling.
His own barrister described him as well-educated, well-liked, caring. He described him as caring. He was tall, good-looking, he had girlfriends, but he just throws it all away.
In court, Davis denies Rebecca's murder and blames his best friend for her death. He claims he and Rebecca had played a joke on his friend, which had gone wrong, and his friend got angry and killed her with a rock.
It was horrible watching him on the stand, reenacting what he did. The barrister asked him, "Could you explain to me how the other boy did it?" And he did. And watching him do that, you know that it was him doing it. That was hard.
The court hears how Davis constructed his plan and then executed it that fateful afternoon.
Rebecca was less than 5'2" tall. She weighed less than 6 stone. He was quite a tall lad for his age, reasonably strong. She wouldn't have been in any way able to defend herself.
The manner in which he killed her on that day was very cold, very calculated. High levels of violence were used in the murder.
The court is told how Davis killed Rebecca, but the defendant shows no emotion.
She was screaming, and then he used the rock, and yeah.
Davis caves Rebecca's skull in with the rock, then leaves her face down in the woods. He calls his friends, who are waiting for him outside the woods, and when asked if he's still with Rebecca, chillingly, Davis replies, with a laugh, "Define with."
Presumably meaning that, yes, I am with her, but she's dead, so am I really with her? I'm with her body. Which is a bizarre response from somebody who's just killed a young girl, to try and make a joke of it.
He was even trying to make light of the situation, and that comes across as beyond cold and very indicative of antisocial personality.
Davis then invites his best friend to see the body.
But then to tell his friend where he was and to invite him to the location and to show him the body is it's just very, very difficult to understand what on earth was going through his head. And he told his friend that he also tried to break a neck, and told his friend that it was far more difficult than somebody might imagine to break somebody's neck.
After trying to break her neck, Davis tells his friend that she was screaming. And then I picked up the rock and started to hit her with it. The worst part was feeling and seeing her skull give way.
He actually brags about how difficult it is to try and break somebody's neck, which takes a real unbelievable level of callousness and no feeling whatsoever to be able to lure somebody and hear their screams and still continue to then kill them by repeatedly bashing them over the head.
On the 27th of July 2011, at Swansea Crown Court, the jury retire to consider their verdict.
In almost 40 years of reporting on murder cases and other serious cases, I think Joshua Davis is one of the most dangerous people I've come across.
He's got all the hallmarks of a psychopath, everything.
Davis killed her daughter for absolutely no reason, purely for his own gratification.
It's the first time I've been here since the police brought us up. I just feel empty. It's a horrible, horrible place.
On the 27th of July 2011, as the country's media watched on, the jury in the murder trial of Joshua Davis reconvened to deliver their verdict. Davis is found guilty of Rebecca's murder. He is sentenced to life imprisonment and ordered to serve a minimum of 14 years.
Yes, we see homicides, domestic homicides. Yes, we see lack of remorse. You know, yes, we've seen teenagers who have killed within a domestic abuse context. But this level of planning, this level of superficiality, this level of glibness and attention seeking and disregard for people's feelings we don't see often.
Davies had been taken in by Rebecca's family, who treated him almost like a son of their own. But his response was to murder their daughter.
He totally took us all in. He really did. We all believed him, and I hate him for doing those things. And I just, you know, I just can't. I can't believe he could have done that.
This horrific murder is every parent's worst nightmare. Popular schoolboy Davies seemed to have a bright future in front of him, but he throws it all away with the brutal murder of Rebecca.
Davies killed her daughter for absolutely no reason, purely for his own gratification. He didn't care about her. He didn't offer her any dignity. He just killed her because it was something he wanted to do. And to know that your child meant nothing in those moments, that's something that will take a lifetime to get over.
Unless Davies admits to the murder and explains his motives, we may never know why Rebecca was killed. Dr. Kerry Nixon believes that Davies shows signs of deep-seated psychological issues.
Davies's traits and behaviour, both prior to the murder, during the murder and the manner he killed her, and his subsequent behaviour following the murder, in terms of showing friends the body, etc. All of those behaviours and his mannerisms and things that he did are indicative of antisocial personality.
He's got all the hallmarks of a psychopath, everything.
He's a very callous and dangerous young man. It can't be overstressed how dangerous a person is if they can do that at the age of 16. What can they do at the age of 26 or 36?
It's very chilling to see a 16-year-old boy displaying these traits. There are, and research that I've conducted, there are teenagers who have engaged in domestic homicides. However, that level of lack of remorse is rare.
For a boy of that age to carry out a murder when he's got absolutely no motive for doing so is very, very disturbing. In almost 40 years of reporting on murder cases and other serious cases, I think Joshua Davies is one of the most dangerous people I've come across.
Those closest to Rebecca and her family still find it hard to come to terms with her murder.
Her sister and her brother, they loved her so much. She was the oldest and they looked up to her unbelievably. They like literally worshipped the ground that she walked on. He knew more than anyone how much those two loved her and how much her mum loved her. I can't stand him. I can't believe it. I hate him every day for it.
Later on in hindsight, you start thinking about things you could have noticed or... But yeah, it's absolutely chilling. It's probably the worst thing imaginable to someone you know to be capable of doing something like that.
Sonia decides to retrace her daughter's footsteps on that fateful afternoon. It's the first time she's been back since the police took her there in the days after her daughter's brutal murder.
This was the park that Davies told Rebecca to meet at, and I stayed on the phone with her all the while. I said, well, you know, you just need to get into the village safely now while I'm on the phone with you. And I stayed on the phone right until she met him, and he'd sent her to Church Street then to meet him. He's just one evil, evil boy. She walked all the way up here to Church Street, where she met Davies. When she hung up the phone, that was the last conversation I had with Rebecca.
Sonia makes her way up to the woods where Davies killed her daughter.
It's the first time I've been here since the police brought us up. I brought some flowers to put down. I felt people need to know what he did, the runaround he gave her, and brought her to this horrible place. When I think about it on this area, and what a coward he was, I just hate him. I just feel empty. It's a horrible, horrible place.
Since Rebecca's murder, Sonia has fought to keep Davis inside prison and has launched a campaign for a life sentence to mean life. But the emotion gets too much for Sonia, and she vows never to return.
It wasn't Becca's choice, it was Davis's, and I won't give him the satisfaction of ever coming back here again. I know how hard it was. It was really, really hard to do this today, but I felt people should know. I won't come back here again. It's blessed, it's holy ground. Hopefully no other bad will ever happen here again.
Although Sonia's family will never be the same again, she is determined to keep her beautiful 15-year-old daughter's memory alive.
Rebecca had meaning. She should have grown into a woman, got married, had children, had a career, been loved by many people, had adventures, but they have all been taken away from her. The one thing that Sonia can do is ensure that the legacy that she leaves is a positive one.
Loved her family, and especially her brother and sister, and just really, really clever, intelligent girl, and just a lovely person, you know, and we miss her.
She thought she'd found her perfect man, but Kirsty Wilkinson married her murderer. Just months after the wedding, her battered body is found crammed into a suitcase, thrown from a motorway bridge. Police arrest her husband and uncover a secret hell of drugs, violence, and prostitution.
Kirsty was two people. As soon as she'd finished her shift in the parlour, she became the girl next door.
This is one of the biggest cases that I've ever worked on, and talking to South Wales Police, you just really got a feel of the magnitude of this case.
Excessive use of violence beyond what was necessary.
I just grabbed the phone and I was phoning people and shouting through the phone, "Kirsty's dead, Kirsty's dead."
Britain's Darkest Taboos reveals the shocking, real stories behind the most horrific acts of familial crime, including prostitution.
Kirsty was two people. As soon as she'd finished her shift in the parlour, she became the girl next door.
Murder.
He systematically, one by one, killed them.
It was a tale of true horror.
And incest.
David, your daddy raped her.
I was 12 and I just found out I was carrying my brother's baby.
Kirsty Wilkinson was born on the 19th of June, 1984, the youngest of three sisters.
Hi, Leslie.
From a young age, Kirsty enjoys a particularly close bond with her mother, Kathy.
When I gave birth to her and the nurses told me it was a little girl, cried my eyes out. They says, "Oh, is it your first girl?" I says, "Oh no, my third." I was just so happy to have another girl. I was over the moon.
When Kirsty is 14, the family moved to Bridgend, South Wales.
We were very, very close. We were a lot alike in many ways. She had a lot of my mannerisms. Even people tell me that now. They say, oh, the way you just done your shoulders and you just reminded me of Kirsty.
Kirsty's dream is to follow in the footsteps of her idol Jordan and make it as a top model.
If you'd walk down the street with Kirsty, you know, they would turn to look at Kirsty because she was just, you know, gorgeous.
She started glamour modelling. She was doing quite well.
As she grows up, it appears to her family that Kirsty is living the dream. Then, at the age of 23, she calls her mum, Kathy.
She phoned me and she says, Mum, I'm getting married. I says, what do you mean you're getting married? She says, I've met somebody called Paul. I says, what do you mean you've met somebody called Paul and you're getting married, you know? She says, we're getting married in 5 weeks. I says, hang on a minute. I says, I don't even know him. Where did you meet him and all this? She says, I went to a party and he was there. She says, we had a one-night stand. And she says, I recognised him and he sort of recognised me. And it clicked that they had met each other before.
As far as Kirsty is concerned, she has met the man of her dreams. But who is Paul Grabham? Forensic psychologist Dr. Kerry Nixon works with Merseyside Police, profiling serious violent offenders, and has done research into this case.
He didn't do very well at school. He had a poor education and he was always getting in trouble. So we can see here that there's general antisocial traits in his background.
Heidi Maloney was Paul Grabham's neighbour years before he met Kirsty.
In my eyes, he was a loner, but he still wanted to be noticed, if you know what I mean. Very strange boy.
But 23-year-old Kirsty has fallen in love with Grabham and wants to settle down and start a family.
All she wanted in the world was just have a little baby and just have a little family. That's all she wanted.
Kirsty's heart is set on sharing her life with Paul Grabham. But her family can't see the attraction.
My first impressions was, what the hell is that? He was scruffy, unkempt, he had bad teeth.
When I met him, he just seemed a bit of a Jack the Lad. I just couldn't see what Kirsty was, you know, seeing in him.
He was a professional chef, he was a plumber, he was a mechanic, he was a sports car driver, and he was a male stripper, and various other things.
His behaviour is very narcissistic, very making up things about how much money he earns, jobs that he can do. He's very egocentric and wants people to think of him in ways that is not true. It's an image that he's portraying that is not based in fact.
Paul Grabham fails to impress Kirsty's family, and they are unaware of the threat he poses to women. Heidi Maloney was attacked by him and lives with the fear to this day.
He was complaining that we had done damage to his car.
And later that day, when Heidi is driving home, she runs into a roadblock.
And Paul Grabham was one of them with a baseball bat. And we went one way.
Grabham then tries to run Heidi off the road.
What I thought was bushes. Behind them bushes was a brick wall and we went straight into it. I was scared of him for a long time. I moved out of the area and I haven't looked back.
Although Kirsty's mother is unaware of Grabham's past, she has a bad feeling about Grabham and tries to persuade her daughter to postpone the wedding.
I says, why don't you wait till even about June to get married? Just get to know him a bit more. I know you've met him before, but I says, you didn't know him for very long. But she wasn't having any of it. She says, no, Mum, I'm going to get married.
Psychologist Emma Kenny has been looking into this case using her experience of dealing with victims of familial crime.
Kirsty wanted the dream. She wanted the pink limo, she wanted the bigger wedding. It was almost like she was playing out a romantic fantasy, a whirlwind, a Hollywood experience, very much in keeping with her ideas about what she wanted for her own life as a glamour model.
On the morning of her wedding, just 5 weeks after the start of their relationship, Kirsty is planning a surprise for Grabham.
She says, I'm going to say, when they say, do you take this man to be your lawful wedded husband, I'm going to go, no, like this, you know.
When Kirsty's pink limousine pulls up outside the registry office, two fantasy worlds are firmly on a collision course. Kirsty and her vision of married bliss, and Paul, who is not all he seems.
Paul William Grabham.
Well, Paul William Grabham.
May not be joined in matrimony.
May not be joined in matrimony.
I was filming it in the register office, and when it came to that part, she looked at me and I looked at her, and there was a little secret smile between us because of what we had been talking about. You can actually see that in the video.
To take thee, Paul William Grabham.
Paul William Grabham.
To be my lawful wedded husband.
To be my lawful wedded husband. I knew in my heart, because I had such a strong bond and a connection with Kirsty, I knew this wasn't going to last.
The sign of my love.
The sign of my love.
This is Kirsty's wedding video. This is the first time I've been able to look at it. What she was walking into was her death. It wasn't a marriage of love, it was a marriage of death.
Paul and Kirsty are now man and wife, but in the weeks and months following the wedding, cracks start to appear in their marriage.
So we got married to her very quickly. He was taking over control of her life. He had access to her money. He controlled her body. And by marrying her, in his eyes, he was controlling her life as well.
In Paul Grabham, Kirsty feels she's met a man who understands her and accepts her for who she is. But their marriage was not to be a happy ever after fairy tale, as behind closed doors lay dark taboos, drugs, violence, and prostitution.
And as soon as she'd finished her shift in the parlour, she became the girl next door.
He becomes the parasite and she becomes the feeder.
He had her hands round her throat and said she couldn't breathe, and she said she thought she was going to die. And she said she was that scared. She goes, I'll wet myself.
I said, Babby will end up killing you and you'll be found in a ditch somewhere. That's never a truer word spoken.
Kirsty Wilkinson enjoyed a whirlwind romance with Paul Grabham, but the fairy tale is about to turn into a nightmare. Kirsty's family and friends had begged her not to marry Paul Grabham, but for Kirsty, there is no turning back.
We're introduced into Kirsty's world because she kept a diary. And in fact, New Year 2010, she makes a very poignant statement about her and her husband against the world. Again, there is this romantic notion that somehow they are lovers who are fighting a battle that they will win. And in many ways, it feels that the relationship that she was experiencing was an entirely different relationship from the reality.
Kirsty and Paul are not a conventional couple. They both work as escorts, advertising themselves for sex on the internet. According to Grabham, Kirsty lied to her family about where she'd met her husband. The truth is, Kirsty had a one-night stand with him in 2004, then met him again 5 years later at the brothel in Bridgend where she worked. Amateur photographer and personal friend Martin Richards had been taking photos of Kirsty for adult magazines for years.
It seems as if they had met in the parlour. I think she wanted somebody that would accept what she did and knew what she did. And By them meeting again in the parlour, he knew what she did, so she didn't have that in the back of her mind, you know, or I'm hiding this from him. He knows all about it, you know.
It seems Kirsty was ashamed to reveal the truth to her family.
If she did say she was in the parlour, she was working the reception. You know, she was on the desk, answering the phones and that sort of thing. Never that she was a working girl. Because she obviously was embarrassed to tell somebody that she loved, that's what she was doing. What I found was that Kirsty was two people. There was the work inside, where she worked in the parlour, and as soon as she'd finished her shift in the parlour, she became the girl next door. It was purely a job and a way of making money.
And in Paul Grabham, Kirsty believes she has someone who loves her for who she is. Or so she thought.
The more I could see of the relationship, the more he was being a parasite, a leech. You know, I mean, the more she did, it meant the more money he was having.
Grabham encourages Kirsty to have sex for money. He sets up websites, he encourages punters to come, he even attends the brothel with her to make sure that she makes appointments, all the while disinterested in her and her needs, but interested in the money that she gains for him. Remember, Kirsty wants to make him happy. Right or wrong, she's committed to this man, she's married this man, she feels that she must love this man because otherwise why should she be acting this way? And so, he becomes the parasite and she becomes the feeder.
It is clear from Kirsty's diaries that her career as a prostitute is not a life she wants anymore.
How can Paul really truly love me if he wouldn't mind seeing another man touch me? I don't want it. It makes me so sick to think about it.
She wanted to get out of the life and settle down and be a mum, because she would have made a great mum.
She's fallen in love with this guy, and she just wants to be loved. And probably prior to meeting him, when she was working at the brothel, she is probably a stereotypical, confused young girl who was involved in something that she didn't really want to be involved in. And she just wanted the knight in shining armour to come and sweep her off the feet and live happily ever after.
In her diaries, Kirsty asks Grabham why he wants to see her sleeping with other men and women.
Getting her to have sex with other people is part of his power and control over her. It is something that we see in domestic abuse situations. But also forcing somebody to have sex with other people or to have sex in front of other people, him making her do that would then potentially give him ammunition to further attack her.
Just a few months into her marriage on a night out, Kirsty confides in her sister that her husband has been violent towards her.
Said she was in the bedroom, we'd pushed her back onto the bed, and then he was sitting on the stomach and he had her hands round her throat. And she said she couldn't breathe, and she said she thought she was going to die. And she said she was that scared. She goes, I wet myself. She said, because I was petrified. She goes, I thought it was going to kill me.
Pinning somebody down on the bed and strangling them is a very aggressive act. And to be able to do that, to place your hands around somebody's throat and strangle them and pin them down, also to this degree where they then wet themselves, is very controlling and very high risk.
That's not love. She was scared. She was scared of him.
Kirsty documents her fears in her diary.
I know that is not right. It shouldn't be like that. Sometimes I am petrified because I don't know what you're going to do or say next.
When Kathy finds out about the violence, she pleads with her daughter.
And I says, oh, Kirsty, you need to get away from him, babes. You really, really have to. I says, he sounds so dangerous. I said, Babby will end up killing you and you'll be found in a ditch somewhere. That's never a truer word spoken.
According to forensic psychologist Dr. Kerry Nixon, Violent offenders rarely start their domestic abuse with strangulation.
It is my belief that there would have been previous incidents prior to that. That is a very extreme level of violence for it to be the first incident of violence. I think that's probably the first time she shared violence with anybody else in terms of telling them about it.
In another example of Grabham's dark side, he keeps a morbid collection of dolls upstairs in his attic.
Dolls in coffins. Why a grown man would have something like them just bewilders me. Also, the likes of this toy with its neck being held.
25-year-old man keeping dolls that are violent in nature is unusual and is indicative of his violent and maybe his obsession with violence. The fact that he has these dolls of such a violent nature, strangulation, coffins, etc., shows that he has a fascination with an extreme form of violence.
Another toy, obviously blood. Violence, portraying violence, cutting people. To me, they're just the toys of a psychopath that loves death and the idea of strangling. So God knows what was going through his mind when he put his hands around my little girl's neck.
Kirsty and Grabham are both recreational users of cocaine. But Kirsty is desperate for a baby and wants to put an end to their partying lifestyle.
In one letter that I read, she was saying to Grabham, please, if you're really serious as I am about starting a family and trying for a baby, you'll stop taking that stuff, which I presume meant drugs.
The problems in her marriage are pushing Kirsty to breaking point.
I says to Bob, are you all right? You're just not your normal self. I said, you're looking awful. She says, you know something, Mum? She says, you and Dad are always right. And you know something now? I'm gonna start listening to you. And to me, that meant that she was gonna finish with him. She was gonna walk out on that marriage. She was going to leave him.
Although both work as escorts, they live by different rules.
It's obvious that he was the one with the power here. She had boundaries in terms of what they were able to do sexually with other people, whereas he would go outside of those boundaries. To her, it was cheating. He had no such boundaries and was willing to do whatever he wanted sexually with whoever he wanted.
An insecure Kirsty's worst fears are about to become reality. She discovers her husband is using the internet to have sex with other women. For Kirsty, it's the ultimate betrayal.
He was arranging to meet up with girls saying he was single. And then she just kept on saying, why would he do that to me, son? Why would he do that to me?
When I asked how she was, she said she was leaving Paul because he'd been on dogging websites and he cheated on her. She was sick of his lies. He was just controlling her and she'd had enough.
He thinks he's some sexual stud, whereas actually he's some violent, obsessive who abuses his wife.
Kirsty is making plans to walk out on Grabham for good.
I'd been to the bus station, she said, and I want to go to Coventry.
She seems determined to move away from this life and make a fresh start.
She'd planned to come to stay with me. We were going to go out and have a girly night. She just never got the chance to.
Tragically, she never makes it to Coventry. Her last chance to escape Grabham has gone. Despite her family's heartfelt pleas, Kirsty gets back with Grabham.
I phoned her up and I said, she weren't speaking much on the phone, and I said, you're back with him, aren't you? And she said, Well, she wouldn't answer me, and I said, "You are, aren't you?" I said, "You're stupid." I said, "Why are you back with him after what he's done?"
A few days later, Kirsty and Paul have a night out in Swansea. They have a row, and Kirsty tells Paul to go home. Paul goes back to the flat, and later that night, Kirsty returns home. She is never seen or heard from again.
The last words Kirsty ever says to me, because she knew I was going to bingo, was, "Do you want some of my luck?" And that's the last words I ever heard from my little girl.
When you go out the car, you look like a film star.
He uses her credit card, withdraws money and pays for a prostitute with her money.
Your body had been found. I thought, it can't be Kirsty.
And they came and they says, "We have arrested Grabham on suspicion of murder."
Almost a year to the day after her fairy tale wedding to Paul Grabham, Kirsty has gone missing. She is last seen on Friday, 27th of March 2009, by the taxi driver who dropped her home after a night out clubbing.
On this Sunday, I tried to phone and I sent her a text. There was no answer, and I started getting a bit worried then. I says to Dave, "Something's wrong." I says, "I'm going to phone tomorrow."
On the Sunday, Grabham calls Kirsty's friend, Martin Richards.
And he said, "Do you know where Kirsty is?" And I said, "No, why, what's happened?" He said, "Oh, we've had an argument and she's come back to the flat, picked a few things up, and she's gone." And I said, "Well, you must have had a real ding-dong argument," I said, for her to pack some things.
Next morning, there was an early phone call from Grabham. And he says, "Hi, Kathy." He says, "Have you seen Kirsty?" I says, "No, I haven't, Paul." I says, "And I haven't heard from her. Do you know?" I says, "If he's been arguing." And he said, "No."
But Grabham's story doesn't ring true. Kirsty's sudden disappearance is out of character, and Kathy is suspicious.
And I says to him, "Well, you better phone the police and report her missing," which he did, but I wasn't sure. So I phoned the police myself, and I explained to them that he had tried to strangle Kirsty before.
Kirsty's sister, Sonia, senses all is not as it seems, and calls Grabham herself.
And that Paul said, Kirsty's took stuff from the flat. There was like washing that had been ironed and was folded up on the bed, and I thought, well, that wouldn't be Kirsty having, ironed, folded up clothes on the bed. She'd normally just throw them in the wardrobe, so I thought that was strange. She took hair straighteners but not a hairbrush. She took money but not a cash card. Just things didn't add up, what he was saying.
I'd been constantly sending her texts, but unbeknown to me, Grabham had Kirsty's phone in his pocket all the time, reading everything that I had been sending.
While Grabham is playing the role of concerned husband to Kirsty's family, he continues his party lifestyle of drugs and casual sex.
Another friend of Kirsty's that she'd been out with that night had said that her mum had phoned up the flat and he was having a party apparently, because she could hear people in the background.
Grabham continues to carry on with his partying lifestyle, which shows very little respect for Kirsty. He returns to their home, he uses her credit card, withdraws money and pays for a prostitute with her money.
Grabham visits a massage parlour, then trawls sex websites on the internet looking for casual sex. He says he is single and travels round in Kirsty's Jeep, having sex with young women in the Bridgend area. One of the women he gets in contact with is the daughter of the neighbour he had previously threatened, Heidi Maloney.
Paul did get in touch with my daughter, and I think it was through Facebook. And I think when he got in touch with my daughter, it would have been only sex as well. Thankfully and luckily, she had enough sense to say no.
It shows very antisocial personality traits. And he's very narcissistic in that it's all about him, what he wants. He carried on with what he wanted with very little thought to what had happened to Kirsty and to what her family were going through.
While Kirsty is missing, South Wales Police launch a huge investigation, interviewing hundreds of people who knew her. A week after Kirsty's disappearance, a concerned Martin arranges to meet up with Grabham, and it appears he has been decorating their flat.
So I sat on the settee and I looked up and I could see this painted area on the ceiling. And I said, what the fucking hell is that? And he said, I started painting it for Kirsty and she didn't like the colour, so I stopped. I didn't think anything of it because it made sense, you know.
Then Martin realises there's something missing from the flat.
Well, the black fun fur rug is gone that the cat played on, you know. That was missing. So I asked him, I said, have you heard anything? No, nothing at all. He said, nothing at all.
Martin makes a statement to the police about the painting in the flat. Then a breakthrough in the investigation.
The police found out that Kirsty had tried to make a 999 call, which didn't connect, and that's when they became suspicious.
The evidence is stacking up against Grabham, and the police have news for Kathy.
And they came and they says, we have arrested Grabham on suspicion of murder.
But Grabham refuses to talk.
The police says he didn't cooperate at all then. He was just saying no comment to every question.
The police are getting no change from Grabham while the search for Kirsty continues. And then, 8 days after her beloved daughter went missing, the police come and see Kathy with devastating news.
This is the body of a young lady has been found in a field. Of course, I just went hysterical then. I just grabbed the phone and I was phoning people and shouting through the phone, Kirsty's dead, Kirsty's dead.
I'd had a message come back to me that Mum had found, apparently a body had been found. And I thought, wow. I thought, it can't be Kirsty, because there was another woman that had gone missing around that time. So I thought, oh, maybe it's her. And I thought, there's no way it can be Kirsty. On the way there, on the motorway, there was just all like reporters on the bridge, just by the M4. And it was all taped off and you could see police there. And then, you know, I got to my mum's house and she was just slumped in the corner, just screaming. She was just screaming for Kirsty.
Kirsty's body is found in a small suitcase next to the M4, just a few miles from Mum Kathy's home.
A lorry driver stopped and he happened to see a black bit of a suitcase which was rather bulgy, and he opened it. The first thing he seen was a hand. And so I don't know till this day if Kirsty was still alive in that suitcase.
It's every parent's worst nightmare. Kathy has to identify Kirsty's battered body.
When I seen her, she had 2 purple, swollen eyes. You couldn't even see her eyelashes.
She had black eyes, fingerprints on her cheeks, where she'd been grabbed. Her nose was all grazed, jaw was broken, scratches everywhere, all over her face. She looked like a monster.
There was blood in her hair still, even after it had been washed. Didn't look like Kirsty. She was absolutely beaten beyond recognition. I just couldn't take it in that it was Kirsty. And I gave her a kiss on the forehead, then I kissed her on her right cheek and went outside the mortuary. I went back in to say goodbye.
And then she said, "Son, give your sister a kiss." I said, "I can't." I said, "I can't give her a kiss. She terrifies me." I said, "Just look at her."
And I think about what she must have went through that night. Was she shouting for her mum? Which I imagine she would do.
Meanwhile, Paul Grabham attends Swansea Magistrates Court, charged with Kirsty's murder.
I was outside when Paul Grabham was led in by an officer in handcuffs. He was very quiet, he didn't speak to anyone, there were lots of cameras going off in his face, he just kept looking steely face and walked into the magistrate's court. Inside, that's when we discovered that it was Kirsty's husband that was actually in court for her murder, and that really set the scene then for what was going to be a huge murder investigation, a huge trial.
Kathy and the family have to organise the funeral, with some strict instructions from Kirsty herself.
In Kirsty's diary, there's a really harrowing prediction. She actually writes the funeral list of 10 things that she wants to happen at her funeral. And you can't help but imagine that when she did that, she had some kind of understanding that the situation she was in could actually lead to her death.
Number 1, my coffin, pink. Number 2, pink flowers. Number 3, my wedding and engagement ring to come off.
From wanting her engagement and wedding ring to be removed through to the pink curse, she was going to do it on her terms. She didn't get to control very much in her life, but she certainly got to control the way that she was sent out from this world.
So for a young girl at 24 years of age to write that, she must have known what he was going to do to her.
Hello, the husband of Swansea model Kirsty Grabham has appeared in court today, charged with her murder.
There's a mark on the back where he had tried to cut her in half.
Excessive use of violence beyond what was necessary.
He had such a high opinion of himself that he thought he'd get away with it.
Their marriage lasted barely a year. Now, in February 2010, Paul Grabham is facing trial for the brutal murder of his wife Kirsty.
Hello, the husband of Swansea model Kirsty Grabham has appeared in court today, charged with her murder.
This is one of the biggest cases that I've ever worked on, and talking to South Wales Police, you just really got a feel of the magnitude of this case. One of the officers told me that they'd spoken to over 600 people, because right from the start, they felt that Paul Grabham's account of things didn't really add up.
While the murder trial is headline news, in court, Grabham appears disinterested.
Grabham didn't show any remorse for killing Kirsty, and he doesn't appear to be sorry.
He had such a high opinion of himself that he thought he'd get away with it.
I hate you, you bastard. I want to fucking kill you. That's what I thought. I want to kill you. You've killed my little girl.
The court hears how in the early hours of Saturday, March the 28th, 2009, Grabham murdered his wife Kirsty in their flat.
Paul and Kirsty had been out in a nightclub in Swansea, but as usual for the couple, they started to argue, and the court heard that he'd said she was doing his head in, and he left and went home. She continued partying with her friends, and then in the early hours of the morning returned to their flat in Swansea.
He was high risk, a high-risk offender, which means there was potential for him killing Kirsty at any point.
On the night in question, Grabham and Kirsty had both taken cocaine.
However, the dysfunctional factors in relation to the alcohol, the drug use,
The excessive paranoia, probably caused by the excessive drug use, led to the murder on that particular night.
He got back to the flat in the early hours of Saturday morning. It seems like he'd dragged her from the bedroom and hit her over the head with an instrument, splitting her head open. And he smashed her face to pieces beyond recognition, broke her nose and strangled her.
That's when neighbours started hearing shouting and screaming from upstairs, and then a really high-pitched scream as if someone was being strangled, and that's what was happening in the flat above them.
Excessive use of violence beyond what was necessary shows what he was thinking about Kirsty that night and the lack of respect he had for her and how he felt about Kirsty.
Then he just decided to put her in a little suitcase. Probably had a few attempts at trying to get her in and thought the best way to do it is to cut her in half. There was a mark on the back where he had tried to cut her in half, but he probably realised it was going to be too messy and too much of a job for him. Then, while she was still warm, callously and coldly just folded her into a suitcase.
Now, we were shown that suitcase in court. It was really small. He must have stuffed her body inside it.
Grabham then drags the suitcase, with Kirsty's body inside, down the stairwell of their flat, before putting it in the boot of Kirsty's car.
And he just threw her away from the M4 onto an embankment, hoping that she would never be found.
The court hears that when Grabham returns to the flat, it's covered in blood.
The blood was on the ceiling where that's why he had painted it over. He said he was covering the splash of blood.
The DNA evidence was damning. Bloodstains were found on a mop and bucket used to clean the flat after the murder.
I've been through quite a few domestic murder trials where the person's been saying not guilty, thinking that they can get away with it, thinking that the evidence is circumstantial. So he probably thought he could get away with it.
Kirsty's family think Grabham may have looked through his wedding photos after he killed Kirsty.
When I seen the fingerprint, I just thought, is that my daughter's blood? Was he looking through this after he murdered my daughter? Was she there? Was she in the suitcase by that time? Was he sitting surrounded by Kirsty's blood? Nobody will ever know. I'll never know the answer to that, will I?
Grabham claims to have been asleep on the sofa at the time of the murder.
His defence was laughable. I think you'd have to be in an induced coma not to wake.
After hearing Grabham's evidence, Kathy can take no more.
Got up from where I was sitting and I just walked slowly over. I stood right in front of him and I said, I hope you're happy with yourself. And I just walked out of the court and broke down.
On the 4th of February 2010, the jury retire to consider their verdict.
Often in murder cases, they'll take a long time, but just 5 hours after the jury went out, they came back to court and said that they had a unanimous decision that Paul Grabham was guilty of murdering his wife. The judge gave him a life sentence and ordered him to serve a minimum of 19 years.
For Dr. Kerry Nixon, Grabham killing Kirsty was his final act of betrayal.
This marriage between Kirsty and Grabham was based on deceit and control and abuse from the beginning. He abused Kirsty's vulnerability. He abused her trust and love in him. She wanted a better life. She wanted her life to change. And she really thought that she was marrying to have children and to live happily ever after. He never intended to give her what she wanted.
He betrayed Kirsty in such a massive way. It's such a severe impact on all my family for the rest of our lives.
I have to go to a graveyard and I'd see my sister, you know, I can't go to a house. You know, I have to go to a headstone, and when I go up there, my little daughter, who's only 5, says to me, why does Mummy always cry in God's garden? And then she says, can God not bring going to Kirsty back? And then, you know,
I miss her like nobody could imagine. Evil, brutal, selfish, cold-hearted, no feelings whatsoever, no heart, he's heartless.
With the loving support of husband Dave, Kathy is determined Kirsty's death will leave a lasting legacy. She's got involved in a campaign which gives her focus to help her deal with her devastating loss.
If somebody commits murder, they should spend the rest of their lives in jail. People like Grabham should never ever be allowed to walk our streets again.
Kathy will never give up. She's getting strength, in my eyes, from Kirsty.
I know she'll be looking down on me and telling me, you go for it, Mum. Do it, Mama. Do it, Big Mama. That's what she used to call me, Big Mama. It does help me. It helps me a lot. It gives me something to focus on. A bit of hope.
Kathy and Sonia want to set the record straight about the kind of person Kirsty was, their pink princess.
I mean, that was my sister at the end of the day. You know, I mean, headlines, prostitute murdered. I mean, and she had a name, her name was Kirsty.
Kirsty should be remembered for the beautiful, kind-hearted, unselfish person that she was. She's my little girl, she's my princess. And I love her so, so much.
In autumn 2000, this family home in Carcai, Cornwall, bears witness to one of Britain's most shocking crimes. Police find the bodies of Leslie Ford and her 4 eldest children buried in the woodshed in the garden and in a field near the family home. They uncover a dark taboo of domestic abuse, but have only one suspect, Leslie's husband, Lee Ford.
It was a family home, and what had happened to them had been done by someone that they trusted.
It was so hard that I was here and I didn't know where my family was, and I just couldn't do nothing about it.
I can't imagine that each of those children, one by one, wouldn't have realised that they were walking into their death.
By any standards, this was an enormous and pitiful tragedy. It was a tale of true horror.
Britain's Darkest Taboos reveals the shocking, real stories behind the most horrific acts of familial crime, including prostitution.
Kirsty was two people. As soon as she'd finished her shift in the parlour, she became the girl next door.
Murder.
He systematically, one by one, killed them.
It was a tale of true horror.
And incest.
David, your daddy raped Peter.
I was 12 and I just found out I was carrying my brother's baby.
Leslie Ford grew up in Telford, one of 3 siblings. At the age of 18, Leslie meets local man Michael Tranter.
First met Leslie when I was going to work and I caught the bus in the village and Leslie was on that bus.
She was working in an old people's home in Wellington when she met Mick.
One day we got off together and I walked her home. She was my first love. She was absolutely brilliant and I was over the moon.
He's very nice, very pleasant, wonderful guy, really, at the time. I thought they were made for each other, really.
Michael and Leslie move in together and get married, and soon she is expecting their first child.
I was over the moon. It's something that I'd always wanted, and to have children with a lovely woman was absolutely, it made it for me.
We used to say that she'd end up with a football team. She absolutely adored kids.
Sarah Jane was born on the 10th of the 1st, 1983. A few months later, Leslie was pregnant again, and we had Anne-Marie. About a year and a half later, we'd had another baby, a baby boy, Stephen Paul, and within a year, Leslie became pregnant again with Craig Jonathan.
They seem happy as pie.
But having 4 young children so quickly puts pressure on the marriage. And within a year of Craig's birth, Michael moves out and they get divorced.
I always thought that me and Leslie would be together for the rest of our lives. And I couldn't imagine that a year down that line that and we'd actually split.
I was quite shocked when they split up because Michael and Leslie were, to me, the perfect couple. You know, they got the kids, they had a house, loved each other, you know, and everything looked fine.
In 1990, a year after her divorce, Leslie meets a labourer from Telford, Lee Ford.
He seemed very nice, pleasant. He was younger than her. Yeah, she seemed to be very excited at the time.
But Michael and his family don't share Peter's feelings towards Ford.
Leslie and Lee wouldn't have been a couple on paper. If you looked at Leslie, she was attractive, slim, nice person. Lee was rough-shaven, scruffy, leather jacket, jeans, always the same clothes. You couldn't sort of have a everyday conversation. It was always interrupted by him saying something about him or showing me something of his.
Forensic psychologist Dr. Kerry Nixon works for Merseyside Police, profiling serious violent offenders in domestic homicide cases. She's been analysing Ford's behaviour for this programme.
Ford started his relationship with Leslie. He made it very known very quickly that he didn't like any relationship with her previous partner, Michael. He would limit access to the children. He would stop her seeing Michael, and he basically wanted Michael out of their lives. That's very indicative of a violent control individual. They're very jealous of relationships with other men, very jealous of previous partners, and he basically was determined to push Michael out of their lives.
It becomes clear that Ford doesn't want Michael around and makes it difficult for him to have access to his children.
If he answered the door, it was always, they're not ready, they're not clothed, they've not had the breakfast, come back in an hour.
I'd say it was him more than Leslie, but I distance him as such from the kids.
Shouting, swearing, saying Leslie said this and the children are not doing this and they can do this and can't do that. So I was a bit weary when he started being like that.
We know that extreme jealousy is a risk factor in domestic abuse perpetrators, and therefore they like to think that their wife has never had a previous partner. And in this case, he had 4 reminders, 4 children daily reminding them, and Michael was a good father.
Psychologist and family relationships expert Emma Kenny deals with access issues in her clinics. She's been looking into this case.
Without consistent access, you can't have a consistent relationship and you can't see what's happening in the home. He doesn't want Michael judging what he's doing. Instead, he needs to alienate him, remove him from the family situation.
Ford's aggressive nature is beginning to impact on his relationship with Leslie.
She used to phone me and to tell me that Lee had been hitting her. Could you come up and get him out of the house? She'd be scared, crying. There was quite a few times when I had to go to Telford to her rescue, really, in some ways, and go up, and we used to kick him out. Then the next minute, she was giving him a key to let him back in, really.
Lots of women and men in abusive situations do this because that person is very good at saying that it won't happen again. She may have felt like she didn't want to be alone. Who would want me? I've got all these children. This is a man who loves me even though he hurts me. All those things play through your mind. And even though the only thing you should really think about is, how do I make myself and my children safe? Things are never that linear.
But Leslie seems to love Ford, and despite the violence, she marries him, and they have 2 children together.
I think she could have done better for herself, really. She needed someone a lot better than that. She deserved it, really, because she was so nice and pleasant. She wouldn't hurt a hair on your head.
But in 1995, after 5 years of marriage, Leslie decides enough is enough. Realising Ford is violent and dangerous, Leslie tries to escape. She takes all of the children and moves to Cornwall to be near her family and away from Ford.
It's clear from Leslie's actions that she's scared. To move away without a forwarding address, to let nobody know where you're going, to take your children and uproot them straight away to avoid being in that area, suggests that you are terrified. You want to make a new start. You don't want anybody to know where your whereabouts are. You want to be safe.
My head was all over the place, frantic, trying to find out where I could get a link to find them.
But although Michael cannot find his children, Ford plots a way to track them down.
He actually got in touch with Leslie's mum, posing as a solicitor, saying they wanted to know how and where the children were, and Leslie.
When Leslie did actually try to break free from the relationship, he stalked her, all with the aim of getting her back. He would not allow her to leave him. And that's part of the control, but also that if I can't have you, nobody else is going to have you. You're not getting away from me.
Leslie decides to give Ford another chance, but it's a decision that has grave consequences. Her chance of a new start and a better life for her and her children without her abusive husband has gone. Her fate, and the fate of her children, is now in his hands.
This is a man who wants to be number one.
For a stepdad to start a relationship with a stepdaughter, it's wrong. Very wrong.
The last time I spoke to Sarah Jane on the phone was unfortunately the last time that I'd spoke to any of my children.
In 1995, Leslie Ford decides to take back her abusive husband, Lee Ford. They make a fresh start and set up home in Carnkey, a small hamlet in Cornwall, with Leslie's 6 children. The eldest 4 being from Leslie's previous marriage to Michael Tranter.
Leslie taking back a violent man may have seemed the worst decision to take. From her point of view, this is a man who says he's going to change, says he understands what he did was wrong, has followed her to a completely new place, begging for her to take him back. She starts to think the old cliche, maybe he's changed, and that's enough to give it another go.
I think it was a love-hate relationship, really. There must have been something there.
This is a pattern that we see all the time in domestic abuse relationships. And often it's because the victim at that point has become so low in their self-esteem that it's very easy for the perpetrator to manipulate them and get them back.
But Ford is not a changed man. In fact, his abusive behaviour escalates, and he starts controlling Leslie all over again.
He used to be very possessive. He chose all her clothes, what she had to wear. She wasn't allowed to wear what she wanted.
Ford is very indicative of a violent control individual that I found in my research and the work that I've done with domestic abuse perpetrators, in that he is very emotionally abusive to Leslie.
But Leslie finds strength in her role as a mother and from her strong relationship with her children, something Ford resents, according to psychologist Emma Kenny.
What we know from Leslie's relationship with her children is that they were paramount in her life. She focused primarily on them. Ford did not like that. We know he started to withdraw and isolate himself. He spent periods of time drinking in the pub, and he started to build up resentment, frustration and anger towards Leslie because he was not being put first. This is a man who wants to be number one.
Ford seems to be very detached from the family. He says that he would have to spend time watching television in the garage because the children wanted to watch their programmes on TV. So rather than being involved in family life, and happy to be involved in family life, and happy to be allowing the children to watch what they wanted to watch on television, he removed himself from the family and became more isolated and more engaged in dysfunctional activities, taking drugs and drinking more, which would have escalated the negative feelings that he was having.
While Leslie and Ford's marriage appears at rock bottom, the father of her 4 eldest children, Michael, is over 200 miles away in Telford and has no idea where his children are, as Leslie cut off all contact with him 5 years earlier at Ford's request.
Michael was a loving father. The idea that another man is preventing you being with the children that you adore, it must be the worst situation for anyone to face. He feels redundant, he feels he has no rights and responsibilities to these children. He ultimately feels like there's nothing he can do, powerless and helpless. And in a way, that's exactly his position.
It was so hard that I was here and I didn't know where my family was. And I just couldn't do nothing about it.
The domestic abuse behind closed doors is beginning to have an impact on the children. The eldest 2, Sarah Jane and Anne-Marie, are students at Helston School, near the family home.
Anne-Marie was in my PE group. She was a very quiet girl, quite difficult to get to know, and it was made worse by the fact that she had quite a poor attendance record, so she often missed lessons. She didn't let people in. She made it really difficult for people to get to know her. It was almost a protective thing. There was something that she was trying to hide. So there was a feeling that not all was well.
And on visits to his sister's house, Peter picks up on the tension between Ford and the children.
As soon as Lee had gone out of the room or out the house, and they'd be totally different. They'd be bubbly and laughing, joking, running around, jumping up and down and things, really, like normal kids should do. So he was very controlling over the kids, I think, as well.
And Ford is particularly overprotective of 17-year-old Sarah Jane.
When they went out, she went out to discos, he would be there to pick her up, to make sure she didn't have a boyfriend. If it had been my brother, the kid's natural dad, I'd have said he's looking out for his daughter. But for him to do that, having now know what we know, then obviously he was trying to ward off anybody else going there, as in boyfriend material.
But Ford's feelings towards Sarah Jane are not of an overprotective stepfather. The truth is far more disturbing.
In the May, Leslie phoned me. She was worried about Lee Ford.
I understand that Leslie, the mom, had found them in bed together.
Peter decides something needs to be done, and in May 2000, he gets in touch with Michael for the first time in more than 5 years.
She was crying her eyes out, and I said, look, leave it with me. I'll sort something out. Michael, the kid's first father, I got in touch with them because I was concerned about the kids. Told him the situation and what Leslie told me, what she thought might have been happening, and asked him if he could do anything about it.
Michael has been desperate for any contact with his children, but it's not the news he was hoping for. When Michael hears about Ford and Sarah Jane, he tracks his daughter down and calls her at a place of work.
She actually came to the phone and I said, "This is your real dad, Sarah Jane. Can I speak to you?" And unfortunately she said she was busy and she put the phone down.
If she'd have gone back home and said to her mum and to Lee, "My dad's been in contact," I think he might have been aggressive towards them, knowing that, like, my brother had actually found his kids and could be coming back into their life, and he wouldn't have liked that one bit.
Well, often with domestic abuse perpetrators, they are extremely jealous, that can make an offender start to think things that aren't true. It's these ruminations in their head that get progressively worse. So the fact that Michael was starting to come back into Leslie's life, he was extremely jealous of this and may have started thinking things were going to happen.
Ford is furious Michael knows about Sarah Jane and calls Peter to confront him about getting in touch with Michael.
He was just angry. I think he probably was worried that people were going to look into him a bit more and see what was going on, I suppose.
But despite Peter's intervention, Ford manages to convince Leslie all is not what it seems, and she gets a message to Michael telling him to back off.
So they got in contact with me saying that Sarah Jane was a little bit down after the phone call, but everything was fine. There was no problems in the marriage.
But Leslie's brother, Peter, is angry with his sister, as he doesn't believe Ford's explanation.
I spoke to her that evening and I said, "Look, Leslie, you need to start thinking about the kids, the safety of the kids. The kids are going to get hurt next, and it's not fair." I never spoke to her after that. I wish I went in there and dragged her out and got her away from there. But it's hindsight, isn't it?
It appears that Ford is having a sexual relationship with Sarah Jane, the stepdaughter he's been raising for more than 10 years.
People have been saying that he was having an affair with my daughter, and I don't believe this happened. I was actually told that she was being abused.
Sarah Jane wouldn't have done anything like that to her mum. It wasn't a one-to-one relationship, both together, you know, agreeing. I think it was one-sided. I still do.
Sarah Jane was 17 at the time, and she'd been raised by Ford since she was 6 and 7. So therefore, she saw him as a stepfather, and that was an abuse of his relationship with her, an abuse of his power. He would have groomed Sarah Jane to embark in that relationship with him. So again, we know from the research that there's a clear correlation between child abuse and domestic abuse in homes. And here we have Ford as both a domestic abuse perpetrator and as an abuser against Sarah Jane.
For a stepdad to start a relationship with a stepdaughter is wrong, very wrong. You should be there to protect the kids, not have sexual relationships with them.
Makes me sick, you know. It shouldn't happen at all.
For Michael, the realization that he didn't have a chance to put a stop to this abuse of his daughter is too much to bear.
The last time I spoke to Sarah Jane on the phone was unfortunately the last time that I spoke to any of my children.
In the summer of 2000, Peter cuts ties with Leslie after issuing an ultimatum.
Lee kept phoning, wanting me to talk to Leslie and to phone Leslie, and I said, "No, not while she's with you." I said, "That's it, Lee. It's about time she started thinking of the kids, not you."
A few weeks later, in August 2000, Leslie decides to do something about what she saw. She makes the decision to leave Ford.
At this point, she's going to take action. There's one thing hurting her, but there's a very different thing hurting her children. So she seeks legal advice. She goes to her solicitors. She asks for an order to be taken out to restrain him from contact, and she starts the process of getting her life back together.
Dr. Kerry Nixon believes Leslie's actions are a catalyst for a horrific series of events.
With this case, we can see trigger points that seem to tip it over the edge. And with Ford, he's got all those background risk factors in terms of violent control. He's got the emotional abuse, he's got the physical violence, the threats, etc.
But Leslie is determined to expose Ford's abuse and leave him, taking the children with her. One night at the end of August 2000, she finds the courage to confront him.
An argument ensues, and we've got all the background risk factors combined with these trigger points, combined with the argument, and it all comes down on Ford. He knows it's going to come out about Sarah Jane. He knows that the community and people who know him are going to know the details of what he's been doing to Sarah Jane, and that culminates in what happens on that night.
Leslie and her 4 children are never heard of again. Lee Ford is about to commit the most shocking crimes imaginable.
I mean, our focus was always on Lee Ford. There was never a look at anybody else. It was just a question of, you know, where's the family?
I can't imagine that each of those children, one by one, wouldn't have realised that they were walking into their death.
By any standards, this was an enormous and pitiful tragedy. It was a tale of true horror.
In late August 2000, Leslie Ford and her 4 eldest children go missing without a trace. A few weeks after they are last seen, Leslie's husband, Lee Ford, contacts Leslie's brother, Peter.
Lee Ford phoned me back and said, "Put your sister on, I know she's with you." And I said, "She's not with me, Lee. Where is she? What's happened?" And he told me that they had a row over money and things like that. Then the next minute, this car had turned up and she got in it with the 4 kids and went.
But Ford's explanation doesn't ring true.
And I said to him, "I can't understand her leaving without the 2 younger kids." And he said, "I wouldn't let her take them. There's no way that she's having my kids."
I knew something had gone on, although I didn't want to believe it. I did know something had happened.
Peter fears the worst and contacts the police, who launch a missing persons investigation. Chris Borland of Devon and Cornwall Police was the senior investigating officer in the case.
Once Leslie's brother had reported to the police and he was spoken to, you know, there was an uncomfortable feeling leading to alarm bells ringing quite early.
Michael's brother, Andrew, is convinced he knows what has happened to the family.
I turned to my wife, and for some reason I'd said to her that Lee had killed the kids. My wife had said to me, "You must be mad." And I said, "No." I said, "I've just got a feeling, and I just know that he'd killed the kids."
Ford is desperate not to arouse any suspicion. He visits the children's school.
The stepfather came into school to return all the school books. And a very close friend of mine, he brought the school books back to her, telling her that the mother had returned back to her home area in Telford with the children, had left him and gone back to her family.
He'd cancelled a job centre appointment, claiming the family had got food poisoning.
He actually went to where Sarah Jane used to work at McDonald's and tried to cash her last paycheck.
Dr. Kerry Nixon believes Ford's behaviour shows a lack of concern over the disappearance of his wife and stepchildren.
He gets in touch with an old girlfriend and tries to rekindle his relationship. He carries on living in the house with his children and appears to carry on as if nothing had happened. Again, that shows us how much he was in control of the situation. He was able to detach himself with what had happened and carry on with his life as normal.
Whilst Ford plays the role of wronged husband, the police don't accept his version of events.
I mean, our focus was always on Lee Ford. There was never a look at anybody else. It was just a question of, you know, where's the family?
The police went to Lee Ford's house on the Saturday, and I spoke to the police after that, and he had his suspicions because Lee had put all these cameras around the house.
He was probably also very paranoid, and we can see that by the fact that he installed CCTV cameras. He was very paranoid of who was coming close to the house.
He wanted to know who was actually visiting the property, so he obviously knew the net was closing in.
The concerns started to raise quite quickly, and as time went on, you know, I had a really uncomfortable feeling about it.
Realising police are closing in, Ford takes his youngest 2 children to family members in Telford. Police issue a warrant for his arrest, and he's apprehended on his way back to Cornwall on October the 5th.
I had a phone call from Nikki, my ex-wife, that Lee had been arrested and the forensic team were going into the house. I knew what had happened then, really. I knew that she was dead and the kids.
Ford is taken to Cambourne police station to face questioning.
It was about 10 o'clock at night when one of the officers told me he'd been arrested, and quite soon afterwards they put their head round the door and said that he'd admitted killing his family and had told us where the bodies were buried. And I can remember when we were told the shock in the room that he'd actually admitted killing all his family.
Peter's worst fears are about to become reality.
They turned up and told us that he'd indicated that he'd killed him.
Ford then told police where he'd buried the bodies.
Nikki came out and told me that they found the first body.
They then told me that they had found the 3 bodies and where they were in the shed at the back of the bungalow. They had found Leslie's body, Stephen, Paul and Craig Jonathan's body in the shed.
Fearing they'd be discovered in the garden, Ford dug up and moved the bodies of the 2 girls, Sarah Jane and Anne-Marie.
He had in fact buried the bodies of his family under the woodshed in the garden at his home in Carnkye. He'd started a process then of digging those bodies up and had started to rebury them in a local farmer's field. I think he'd moved 2 of them before he then drove up country to take his other 2 children, the one that he was actually father to family members, and was on his way back down, probably to remove the rest of the bodies, when he was stopped by the police and he came into our custody.
The fact that he was able to go back to the bodies and move them, again, shows further detachment from what he had done.
In my mind, he was going to come back from Telford, go to Cornwall, dig up Leslie, the 2 boys, take them over to the field, bury them with the 2 girls. If that had happened, I don't think we've ever found them.
Michael's 4 children have been brutally taken away from him.
That's the thing that I live with now at the moment as well, that I had no contact, didn't know where they were, and I weren't there to help them when they needed me. Because obviously I would have been there and I could have kept them safe.
To know that somebody has stolen the lives of the children that you created. Terrifying, overwhelmed, confused, guilty, lost, afraid and helpless. Just a cataclysm of horror.
And for Peter, the loss is immense.
There's a big part of you being taken away, really. Big chunk of you, really, gone.
A few days after the bodies are discovered, Michael and his brother visit the home in Carnkye.
One part of me was thinking they were so lucky to be where they were and have such a beautiful surrounding. But then obviously the other side of me wishes they'd never gone down there and had never met that evil monster.
I went round the back. I wanted to see where he buried Leslie and the children. We had a look around the house from the outside. Seen all the kids' toys on the lawn, the tractor, football, etc.
It was a family scene, and to see toys outside, to go into the children's bedroom and see one of the boys' bedrooms with a Manchester United shirt on the wall, as I recall, I think that will always stay with me. And the bedroom was as if they'd just left it. It was a family home, and what had happened to them had been done by someone that they trusted and should have been able to feel safe with.
But how did Lee Ford kill 5 people in this family home and keep the bodies hidden for a month? QC Nigel Pascoe is the prosecuting barrister in the case.
Each victim died without any conceivable justification. By any standards, this was an enormous and pitiful tragedy. It was a tale of true horror.
Lee Ford confessed to killing Leslie and the children in a 24-hour period in August 2000.
We found that out over the 24 hours why he killed the kids and Leslie, that he beat Leslie with a baseball bat. They had a row. We think it's over Sarah and Jane and him, and he beat her around with a baseball bat, and she was in the bedroom, as far as we know. Then he went out into his garage. There was a piece of rope, and he took the piece of rope back in with him and strangled Leslie with it.
But Ford isn't finished there. The 4 stepchildren he has brought up for more than 10 years are to be his next victims.
And then he chose to kill the children one by one, coming up behind them with a length of rope. And, as I say, did so in such a way that he left few marks on their necks. So it was, as the pathologist said, an efficient form of killing.
He garroted them. The police did say that he'd researched it on the internet quite a bit and how to kill him.
He systematically, one by one, killed them. Coldly killed them. He seemed to be in control. He'd gone outside after assaulting Leslie, and he went back in. And he did it one by one. And that's what's really important here. That suggests a great element of detachment and a lack of feeling. There wasn't a frenzied, emotional outburst of anger. He was very in control.
He may well have snapped when he killed Leslie, but then to cold-bloodedly and systematically kill the children individually in the kitchen, you know where you're going to be able to claim that that's a crime of passion then. That was quite calculated and chilling.
So many things play around your mind. Did they know? Were they aware that he was doing that to each of them? I can't imagine that each of those children, one by one, wouldn't have realised that they were walking into their death.
The thought of it even now is still in my head, and it always will be.
For those left behind, Ford's actions are impossible to understand.
He brought the kids up for practically nearly 11 years. And I don't know how anyone could do what he did to them, really. I don't think he had any feelings now, really, towards any of them in some ways. He couldn't have not to do what he'd done.
He couldn't have thought much of what he had, because how could you do that? And only an evil monster could do that.
But why did Ford spare his 2 youngest children?
Potentially that he had completely different feelings and bonds to his own children, which again, we can see in his previous behaviour towards Sarah Jane. You know, he systematically abused and groomed Sarah Jane into a sexual relationship. He showed very little love and attention to Leslie's children. They were Michael's children. There was a completely different bond between his children and Michael's children.
As the country looked on in horror, Ford faced justice.
33-year-old Lee Ford arrived at Truro Magistrates under police escort. It's alleged that between the 26th of August and the 5th of October, he murdered his wife, 36-year-old Leslie Ford. He's also accused of killing her 4 teenage children between the same dates.
But incredibly, he pleads not guilty, and a trial date is set.
This is not a crime of passion, but of calculated savagery. I have never known anything like it before.
In October 2000, Lee Ford is awaiting trial for the murder of his wife Leslie and his 4 stepchildren in the small hamlet of Carnkey, Cornwall. The horrific murders have a massive impact on the friends of the children.
They were distraught, students, and I think it's also because it was just too close to home. I think it suddenly made them realise that actually, you know, it could happen to any of us, and the fact that it happened inside their family home with their own family, it shattered their foundations. It really wobbled their foundations, and the things that they had been brought up to believe in, the strength of the family and the commitment of the family, all kind of counted for nothing, really.
The school set up a book of condolence and a memorial garden for the children. And many attend Leslie Ford's memorial service, held at Truro Cathedral.
I carried the coffin. And that was the last thing I could do for her, really. She would have been proud to go to the cathedral, really. The kids got up and spoke from the school. It was very moving.
They were always laughing and loved life. They cracked jokes. Stephen loved Eminem's music. I just miss them all greatly.
It's a very emotional day, really.
The 4 children are buried in Telford, near Michael and his family.
The day of the funeral was horrible. Seeing the cars turn up with the 4 coffins.
The first car had the bodies of Sarah Jane and Anne-Marie in it, and then the second car had Stephen Paul and Craig Jonathan. And I couldn't contemplate really that I was still here and my children weren't.
Went into the church, come out, buried my 2 nieces, 2 nephews. It's a shame we couldn't bury the mum with them because she never left her side.
Meanwhile, Lee Ford is still pleading not guilty.
We often see the same with violent offenders and people who have killed their partners. And it's often that they think they can get away with it. You know, he thought he could outsmart the police.
In May 2001, at Bristol Crown Court, Lee Ford appears charged with 5 counts of murder. The prosecuting barrister is Nigel Pascoe QC.
In court, we try to keep the emotion out of it, but in this case, inevitably, what pervaded the atmosphere was a sense of horror. This is not a crime of passion, but of calculated savagery. I have never known anything like it before.
But at the last minute, Ford changes his plea to guilty.
It's only when it came to the point of the trial, and that's probably because he then didn't want everybody to know exactly what had gone on.
People do not usually plead guilty to murder. What it indicates is the defendant must have appreciated that there was no conceivable psychiatric defence, and accordingly he entered his plea.
But Ford never provides police with an explanation for why he committed these heinous crimes.
What we never ever got to was a motive as to why he'd done it. Fair amount of speculation as the investigation went on. Supposedly there'd been a sexual relationship with the oldest girl in the family, the 17-year-old girl. You know, was it that with the potential of his wife and children leaving him, that would come to light? I think we've all speculated that may have been the reason, but you know, we never did get an explanation for it.
Ford tells police that he flipped after Leslie threatened to stop him having access to his children. But forensic psychologist Dr. Kerry Nixon believes that was one of a number of key trigger points that tipped Ford over the edge.
He thought his life was falling around. He thought Leslie was leaving him, Michael was back in the life, and most importantly, at that point of that particular day, he was going to be named and shamed in his eyes as somebody who'd taken advantage of his stepdaughter. And that was probably one step too far.
Peter Wyatt attends court, coming face to face with Ford for the first time since the murders.
I can picture Lee standing there in court, even now. And that's nearly 13 years ago, really, in court. And he just looked straight ahead, didn't bat an eyelid, wasn't concerned, didn't seem to worry at all. There was no remorse at all, ever. I hate him. I hate him.
On the 24th of May 2001, the judge sentences Ford.
Lee Ford was convicted of the murder of his wife, Leslie, who was aged 36, and her children, Sarah Jane, 17, Anne-Marie, 16, Stephen, 14, and Craig, 13. In consequence, he received 5 life sentences and a tariff of 27 years.
5 life sentences is absolutely right, you know, and I hope he's inside for a very, very long time.
But for some, Ford's sentence is not enough.
I have to keep him. I have to keep a roof over his head. My taxes. I still pay for him to be alive. I pay for his food, his drink. Why should I, after what he's done to us? He should never, never, ever be released. He should be hung. Should be hung.
For Nigel Pascoe QC, the harrowing events of this case still haunt him today.
My heart goes out to the relatives who are left. It's impossible to understand how this must have affected them. But there isn't a single one of us involved in this case who does not regret the continuing anguish which they must suffer.
This bastard has really torn my family away from me. I'm not the same person.
I still seem to pay my brothers in when it comes to birthdays, Christmas, etc., things like that. It's still hard for him, still hard for everybody.
Kills you, really. Kills the whole family, really, doesn't it? In some ways. Because Leslie was the main part of the family, really, and the kids.
Those left behind will never forget the horror of what happened, but they get the strength to carry on from the relationships they have with their family.
Me and Michael are close. It's brought us closer together. It does get easier, but never forgotten.
For Leslie's brother, Peter, the only way to deal with his loss is to remember the good times he shared with his sister.
How do I remember Leslie? When we were younger. And when she was with Mick, really. I try not to think of the rest of the time. Just think of the good times, really.
Michael finds some comfort in the book of condolence given to him by his children's school.
There's another one here to Craig and family. We'll always miss you loads. We'll never forget you. And you always bring a smile to our faces. Lots of love from Sam and Ben. There's one here. Anne-Marie, you were such a kind person, always happy and smiling. And we will all miss you. From my friend Anne.
More than 10 years have passed since the murders, and the pain is still raw. But Michael believes the spirit of his 4 beautiful children and their mum lives on.
I've got their memories, and it does get me through the day. Seeing them, and knowing that they're still there with me.
At the age of 15, Carly Fairhurst fell in love with her pen pal. But the dark taboo is he's a convicted killer, serving a sentence for manslaughter. It was a fatal attraction, and 4 years later, she was dead, killed by the man she loved. Britain's Darkest Taboos reveals the shocking, real stories behind the most horrific acts of familial crime, including prostitution.
Kirsty was two people. As soon as she'd finished her shift in the parlour, she became the girl next door.
Murder.
He systematically, one by one, killed them.
It was a tale of true horror.
And incest.
David, your daddy raped Peter.
I was 12 and I just found out I was carrying my brother's baby.
Carly Fairhurst was born in 1986 in Hindley, Wigan, to parents Trevor and Sheila.
She was a beautiful baby. She was a proper sensitive little girl, you know. She had a lot of feeling and a lot of love. And
she loved animals. She used to have a little pet bee in a box. She charmed the birds out of the trees.
She had a cat of her own and a dog, and she loved them. She was a proper animal-loving little girl and very happy little girl. She was so happy, you know, got my little family and a boy and a girl. You couldn't ask for any more, and they were both lovely, sweet little children. She had a larger brother, you know. They used to play together all the time.
Carly enjoys school and is a high achiever. She's also popular with her peers.
We met in year 9 in high school, in cooking. I started seeing her brother, and then from then on we just got really, really close.
She was my best friend. We had such a laugh. Any problems I had, it's her that I'd speak to. She was a very fun-loving person, obsessed with her hair and her makeup and clothes, and she was just, I think she just loved life in general. Anything at all that was exciting, she wanted to do it.
Carly has a special bond with her mum, Sheila.
She was really close with her mum, because they're into exactly the same sort, they're exactly the same, with the hair and the makeup and going out and having a laugh and stuff, and she loved her mum to bits. It was a lot closer than a normal family. Sheila and Trevor were always there. They're like one of the best families you can imagine.
They didn't hide anything from each other. She had no secrets from her mum at all.
But Carly's close relationship with her mum is about to be tested to the limit. She drops a bombshell.
When she was about 15, she came home this particular day and said, I'm going to be a pen friend. I said, who is she? I've got right to Pilker. Well, he had a reputation from the age of 10, and, you know, I said, no way, you're not writing to him.
It's every mother's worst nightmare. Darren Pilkington is one of the most notorious young offenders in Wigan. Pilkington is serving a 4-year sentence for the manslaughter of Paul Akerster, after he and his brother Andrew killed him in a fight in November 2000.
It'd been a street fight. I never heard of fighting like this. I didn't even know fighting like that existed, with this stamp on people's heads, and they were jumping on his chest. How can somebody do that to another person? And they're supposed to be one of the friends.
Forensic psychologist Dr. Kerry Nixon works with Merseyside Police, assessing risk factors in serious violent offenders, and she's been looking into Pilkington's background.
He's off the chart in terms of risk. I mean, he's classed as a very high-risk offender. And part of that is the level of violence that he exhibited during the manslaughter.
I knew that the guy had killed someone before, but you don't think that your daughter would strike up a relationship with someone like that.
She said, but Mum, it's only pen friends. You need somebody to write to. I said, you're not Carly, you don't know where it'll end that.
When we look at violent offenders in relation to domestic abuse offenders, if somebody has a previous history of violence, that makes them more risky.
Although Pilkington is a convicted killer, he is also a friend of her brother Michael. Carly wants to give Pilkington a chance. And she isn't the only one of her friends writing to someone in prison.
A lot of the lads that we hung about with ended up going to prison. And it was just a thing for girls to do, to write to them. Nothing usually ever happened, it did just sort of fizzle out. They had a lot of girls writing to him. And she decided to write to Darren.
According to Carly's friends, it was her kind nature and her ability to see the best in people that led her to write to Pilkington.
She did see the good side in everybody, no matter what they were like, what they'd done. If she thought they was all right, she'd be friends with them.
I think Carly wanted to give Darren a chance to see if maybe she could make him better.
Carly was a caring person and a loving person. He was just totally the opposite. Always in trouble.
For Carly's parents, their daughter writing to a killer is too much to bear.
A lot of her friends at that time were going through a stage where they only like bad boys and, you know, I suppose it was like a status symbol, I don't know. I think that was the attraction with him, and I just wish it had never happened.
The attraction of a bad boy, the peer pressure from friends, and the belief that there is good in Pilkington means Carly puts her family's fears aside and soon becomes infatuated with her pen pal. But would this tale of forbidden love have a happy ending?
He said, I love your daughter, Mrs. First, I love her. And I thought, oh, this is it. He does actually care about her. He does love her.
Carly rang me and she just said, can I come to your house? So she had teeth marks in the side of her nose.
Trevor had hold of me and his arm round her, and Michael were in the other side and held her. And I kept telling her, you're going to be all right, you're not going to do anymore.
Carly Fairhurst had a happy childhood. Then at 15, she stunned her parents when she told them she was going to be a pen pal to convicted killer Darren Pilkington.
It was like the main focus point of her day-to-day life was him, waiting to hear off him. She was writing a lot of letters, sending a lot of photos. If we went out, it was always, she was very camera happy.
Pilkington showed a loving and caring side in his letters, and Kylie is falling in love with her pen pal.
The things that he said to her made her feel like a princess. It would do any girl. If that was me and I read that, I'd think exactly the same. You wouldn't think, you'd feel like that this man's going to take care of me.
But for psychologist Emma Kenny, a family and relationships expert, Kylie's dreams are not based on reality.
The problem when you are writing letters is this. You feel very engaged in the process. But actually it's all about you having the experience with the letter writing process. You don't really get to know the person that you're writing to. So the picture that she was building up about the man that she was writing to was something that she was creating in her own mind and not the reality of the man who was waiting in a cell.
After a few months of letter writing without her parents' knowledge, Kylie starts receiving phone calls from prison.
I remember being at her house one night to stop over, and she was sat at the bottom of the stairs where the phone was. And she said, he'll be ringing me soon, and my mum will go mad if she finds out. And he rang her and she was all excited and giggly on the phone and stuff. Very, very exciting for her. Loved speaking to him. Anything to do with Darren, that was all it was about, was Darren.
And he's got this window of opportunity here, where he's in prison and he's got nothing else that he can do. So he's got the attention of Carly, and he can woo her and present this facade And he's got that time to seduce Carly from inside prison.
It makes her feel wanted, approved of, needed, important. These are very heady experiences for any teenager at a point where her development is so becoming a young woman.
With Pilkington declaring his undying love for Kylie in the letters, her friends realise she has fallen for him.
She's kind of fell in love with him just through the letter stage, you know what I mean? Not even actual facing contact. I was thinking to myself, like, you don't want to be getting involved with somebody like that. But how could I tell her that, you know what I mean? It's her choice who she gets involved with.
15 years of age, you're not thinking about the long-term consequences, you're feeling the immediate gratification. And if somebody's being incredibly nice to you, you can't help but be moved by that.
Carly's mum, Sheila, is unaware of her daughter's feelings toward Pilkington.
We thought, it's got to fizzle out. She's only 15, she's growing up, she's not experienced life. It could fizzle out, nothing can come of it. And then she started receiving letters with SWALKs on the back, and I thought, this is not a friendship, this is something a little bit more. I'm sad to say, but I'm glad I did it. I steamed it open, and I realised that he was declaring what he felt for her, so she'd been doing with him.
Sheila told me, and I hit the roof, and I had an argument with Carly again over it, but it made no difference.
She denied it at first, and then she just said, yeah, I love him.
Carly and Pilkington are now a couple. She promises to wait for him on the outside and dedicated all her time to her now boyfriend.
Friday night, Saturday night, that's all she did. Stop in her room, watch TV and write letters.
Like two star-crossed lovers, Carly and Pilkington took any opportunity they could to have contact with each other.
We used to go down, like, where Carl lived. It was like a long track, the old railway. If you walked down there, the prison used to be there. Just straight over, and we could be there for an hour, 2 hours at a time sometimes. Shouting for Darren. I did think it was mad what she was doing, but just a girl, wasn't she? She liked a lad who was in jail.
In fact, this is a case of forbidden love, and many young people are very attracted to situations that they feel they shouldn't be in or that they can change for the better. It's a heady mix of emotions, and on both sides there is a passion and an obsession that is clear.
To the despair of her parents, a headstrong, love-struck Carly starts visiting Pilkington in prison.
On one particular occasion, I went, she introduced me to him. I remember sitting in the waiting area while she went in first to tell him that I'd come with her, and I thought, what's she seeing in that? What's she seeing in? And she took me and said, introduced us, and I thought, will it fizzle out?
But the relationship doesn't fizzle out, and Sheila's worst fears come true.
Carly stopped seeing her friends, stopped going out, withdrew to her room for long periods of time, stopped engaging with the family as she had done before, and instead concentrated all her focus and efforts on having this relationship.
There was a lot of people that was scared of Darren and his reputation. As soon as they heard that Carly got with Darren, they didn't want to be too close to Carla in a way. And I don't think Carla wanted to have her mates involved with her while she was involved with him.
I think the fact that her friends started to pull away from her, as well as her isolating herself from her friends, is very indicative of how people were in fear of Pilkington, which adds to the risk. If he can be violent to everybody. He's much more likely to be violent to anybody who gets in his way.
After 18 months of writing to each other, to Carly's delight, Pilkington is released from jail after serving only 2 years of a 4-year sentence for manslaughter. Carly's parents decide to trust their daughter's judgment and give Pilkington another chance.
That day, they were going up and meeting their friends up the street, and I walked down with them. And he had his arm round her, and he was cuddling her and kissing her, and he said, "I love your daughter, Mrs. Forrest, I love her." And I thought, oh, this is it. He does actually care about her. He does love her.
Whilst no parent wants their child to live with a killer, the truth is that people have done things and regretted them hugely and actually transformed their lives because of them. As far as Trevor and Sheila were concerned, they trusted their daughter. They trusted her choices. She had made good choices before. This was just taking it one step further and trusting her choice in a partner, giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Pilkington appears to be a changed man.
He seemed that he wanted to be with her. He seemed that he loved her at the time, but obviously he didn't because of his actions.
Pilkington promises Carly a new start. And at just 17 years old, she moves in with him. But Pilkington soon breaks his promises. After spending almost 2 years saving herself for him, Carly is devastated when he starts cheating on her with other women.
I was thinking it was 2 weeks that he'd been on the outside. That's when the behaviour started happening. He would go off and leave her and mess about with girls and come back and tell her about it.
For Dr. Kerry Nixon, Pilkington's cheating is a way of exerting control over Carly.
He was engaging in cheating behaviour, infidelity, but letting her know about it. Again, almost showing off to himself and those around him at how much he was in control of Carly, that he could get away with this type of behaviour and she was still there for him.
As well as cheating on her, Pilkington demeans Carly in public.
It's another level of control. It's another way of making her feel bad about herself, demeaning her, and the more that he puts her down, the more he is in control of her. And the more low self-esteem she has, the easier it is for him to control her.
Popular Carly, who previously surrounded herself with friends, now prefers to spend all her time with Pilkington.
She wouldn't go out that much. She wouldn't meet up with her friends like she used to. She only came to see me, I think it was 3 times, while she was with him. It all seemed very odd because she's never ever been away from her friends before. It's always been her friends come first.
Her self-esteem would slowly and gradually be being eroded. Her confidence levels would be dropping. She would be trying to seek desperately the man that she had once recognised in those letters. As her self-esteem level is changed and becomes lower and lower, the likelihood of his power growing over her becomes bigger and bigger. That's the reality in these abusive situations. The more power he takes, the less power she holds.
Is the man Carly fell in love with beginning to show his dark side? Desperate to make it work and still believing she can change him, Carly forgives his infidelity and stays in the relationship. Then she starts picking up injuries, but refuses to blame her boyfriend.
And I said, "Kelly, what's that bruise on your arm?" And she said, "Oh, I fell over or banged it or whatever." And then she'd come home and her arm had been a sling, and I'd say, "What have you done that?" "Oh, I fell over when I was up King Street," and then fingers were strapped together, but numerous things, and I just believed her. I honestly thought she would have told us.
Every dad's worried about his daughter, isn't he? But looking back, I should have been a lot more worried than what I thought I was at the time.
The question for psychologist Emma Kenny is, why would Carly suffer in silence?
She'd given up a great deal to be with him. People's expectations were that this relationship will fail, and she had this amazing 2 years of writing to a man that she'd fell in love with, who'd been kind and charming to her. The reality of who he was versus her beliefs of who he was are at such polarities that she has to believe she can change him because he's not the guy she used to know.
Pilkington's violent control over Carly does show itself when Carly has a rare night out with best mate Sian.
We'd been out to a pub in Wigan and she was all dressed up like usual with all the makeup on, her hair nice. And I just remember him coming upstairs in the pub and starting to scream at her, telling her that she shouldn't be out and he wanted to get home, and they started arguing and he threw a glass at her. And she went after him, and I just thought, she's crazy. After he's done that, why would you go after somebody?
According to Dr. Kerry Nixon, Pilkington can do no wrong in Carly's eyes.
He's so convinced of her utter devotion to him that he can treat her any way he wants and get away with it. You know, he's managed to manipulate her so successfully that she will sit there, have a glass thrown at her, and he can get away with doing that.
It's around a year after Pilkington's release from prison, and Carly's parents get a worrying phone call.
We got a call from the duty manager of Morrison's saying that your daughter was here and she'd been attacked by a girl or girls. And Carly was in the staff room. All her nose was blooded and all the front of it was full of blood. Next thing, the police arrived and they was interviewing Carly, and we'd not a clue what had gone on.
It came out later that Pilkington had attacked Carly in their flat. But that night she denied it, and together they concocted a story for Sheila.
I said, well, he's done it. He said, some girls came to the door and she said these girls had been saying that they'd been going with him, and Carly had kicked off with them, and the girls had hit her.
Carly was trying to protect them. She didn't want them to realise that she was in any distress. And at the same time, Trevor and Sheila trusted their daughter. It's testament to how much they cared for each other that they believed one another's points of view.
But their trust in their daughter was based on lies. Carly's relationship with Pilkington was a far cry from the fairy tale he promised her in the letters 2 years earlier. His violence appears to be escalating, and he attacks her again, this time in a public place.
Carly rang me and she just said, can I come to your house? And I said, well, what's the matter? And she said, Darren's ran my head into a hand dryer and he's bitten my nose. So I said, yeah, come straight away. She was crying her eyes out. She was devastated. So she had teeth marks in the side of her nose when she got to my house. And the pub was, I'd say, a 10-minute walk from my house. So for the bite marks still to be in her nose, it must have bitten hard for the bite marks to still be there, to still be quite deep. And she came up and she had like a bruise on her head. And she just said to me, we promise, please don't tell her, Mike. So I promised, and I never did. I never told her so.
For Carly to admit she's a victim of domestic abuse is her darkest taboo. And Dr. Kerry Nixon believes her and Pilkington's relationship is hurtling towards a violent and tragic conclusion.
He bites her face. He gives her bloody noses. He's thrown glasses at her. You know, high levels of violence. And throughout all of that, she doesn't report it, and she continues to lie for him. So that would have continued. That wasn't going to stop. That would have only continued, and it would have got worse. And it was a potential homicide waiting to happen.
They ended up in an argument at the top of the stairs. He said Carly ran at him, He tried to fend her off and slapped her, and she ended up losing her balance and falling downstairs.
If I'd conducted a risk assessment, he would have been at very high risk of killing Carly.
Her eyes were just black and she was staring straight up.
For 19-year-old Carly Fairhurst, her teenage romance had turned into a nightmare. According to friends, the man of Carly's dreams, convicted killer Darren Pilkington, is now abusing her, and the violence is escalating.
What we can definitely say is whilst the violence didn't end, there was always a chance that he could kill her.
On the 31st of January 2006, just under 2 years after his release from prison for killing his friend, Pilkington and Carly have an argument in a pub, and she returns home alone.
On the night of the attack, she texted me and she said, "Do you want to come down for a drink with your partner? Me and Darren have fell out and I'm in the house on my own." And I didn't have a babysitter, and I explained, "I'm sorry, like, I haven't got anybody to watch my son. I'll try and catch up soon." It was very strange that she contacted me that night and asked me to go around to the house, because I'd never been to anywhere where they lived. I'd only ever seen her at her mum and dad's or out and about, but I just thought if they've had an argument, she must want to talk to somebody.
That was the last time Sian spoke to her friend. The next morning, Carly's parents receive a phone call. It was the call they had feared the moment she started writing to Pilkington less than 4 years earlier.
I answered it and passed it to Sheila because I heard his voice.
It was Pilkington, and he said, "Carly's in the hospital." I said, "What was she done?" He said, I'm not sure what she's done. She had a fight with some girls."
And then Sheila shot up and she said, "Carly's in hospital." So she shot off in the car.
Pilkington, the man of Carly's dreams that had promised to treat her like a princess, had called an ambulance for her that morning.
I got to car park. He was waiting on me. Where have you been? So we go inside, and I said, "Where is she?" So he said, "She's in here," and he just went straight to this door, no respect, went straight for this door, intensive care.
He doesn't care what people think about him. He comes from a background of crime, his criminal activity, previous convictions, a high level of antisocial behaviour.
Sheila's beloved daughter is fighting for her life.
I wasn't prepared for what I would go to see when I got there. I went in and she would just lie on this bed, and she was connected up to all these machines. I've never seen them on TV. I never experienced that before. And she was just lying there. He just said, look at her. What's up with her?" And he went to touch her eyes, and I slapped his hand and said, Don't do that. She's connected up to all these machines. And I realised, I thought, she's really in a bad way.
The only man that knows what has happened to Carly is Pilkington, and he begins a web of deceit.
We sat in the waiting room, and I said, what happened? He said, "Well, we was out having a drink," he said, "and then we decided to go home." He said, "And then we're walking home together. These girls jumped on her and they started fighting her." He said, "I tell you what, she can give as good as she gets." He said, "She didn't half hold her own with these." And I thought, I'm thinking to myself, "Oh, Carly's not a fighter." He said, and then we went home. He said, and I was going out with my mate. He said, so I said, "What, you left her at home?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "And she didn't bother about that? Because she always wanted to come home." And no, she was all right. And I never thought anything. I just believed him, gullible that I am. And then the police came because she had suspicious circumstances. She had marks around her neck. So they came to arrest him. And was he taking him away? I was sticking up for him. What are you taking? You're thinking, well, she's going to want him as soon as she wakes up.
Pilkington is taken away by police and is sticking to his original story. Carly is transferred to Hope Hospital.
Carly's injuries as a result of what happened to her were some bruising to her brain and some bleeding in her brain as well. With any injury comes subsequent swelling, which increase the pressure within her brain. Associated with her being unconscious for a long period of time, it was thought that she'd probably aspirated or inhaled some of her stomach contents, which had gone into her lungs, which developed into a pneumonia, which then led to multi-organ failure. That, in addition to her brain injuries, were life-threatening, really.
Over the next few days, Carly's family hold a bedside vigil for her, refusing to leave her side, but things go from bad to worse.
They said at one point that they might have to cut the top of her skull to release the pressure on her brain. I thought, oh God, that's awful, you know, that was bad. And then I thought, well, if it means that she's going to survive. So we said, you know, we got used to that idea, and then they come back and they said they can't do that because if they did, the pressure was so great in the skull that her brain would just mushroom out and they would never get it back in again. We're just willing her to survive.
As Carly's situation deteriorates, news of Pilkington's arrest by police is picked up by local reporter Charles Graham, who covered the killing of Paul Akerster 6 years earlier.
Immediately put two and two together and thought, Hindley man, Darren Pilkington, Paul Akerster, he's done it again.
Pilkington continues to lie, but this time, Carly cannot lie for him. It's too late for her to tell the truth.
He came up with so many different stories for different people that it was difficult to know what exactly had happened from the outset. His first account suggested that he'd just come home from being out all night and found her injured at the bottom of the stairs.
That was a made-up story. He misled the 999 operator. Then when the paramedics arrived, after Curly was lying at the bottom of the stairs for 8 hours, he lied to the paramedics as well, telling them the same story. And then he lied to the police.
He did seem to be the prime suspect. There's no evidence to suggest that he had been out all night. And under a certain amount of questioning from detectives, he then said that he had actually been at the house during the night.
He changed his story because he was lying. Looking at the background of Pilkington, with his previous offending behaviour, combined with his treatment of Carly and the factors that are in that relationship, if I'd conducted a risk assessment, he would have been at very high risk of killing Carly.
But the truth is about to come out. Under intense questioning from police, Pilkington finally admits he knows what happened to Carly.
After the 4 days of questioning and detention in the local police station, he said that they'd been falling out and they'd ended up in an argument at the top of the stairs. He said Carly ran at him. He tried to fend her off and slapped her, and she ended up losing her balance and falling downstairs. He said fell, not pushed or punched. She was lying at the bottom of the stairs and he thought she was asleep. She went and got a duvet and thrown it over her. And he said he lied down with her for 8 hours. She was bleeding from her ears, her nose and her mouth. And he thought that because she was bleeding, especially from her mouth, that she'd been cleaning her teeth and her gums used to bleed a bit.
He left her for 8 hours at the bottom of the stairs. You know, things might have been different if she was breathing the contents of her own stomach in while she was lying there. And he says he lied with her.
While Pilkington is charged with assault, Carly continues to fight for her life. For 8 days, her family maintain a bedside vigil, willing her to pull through.
All we could do was massage your legs because of all the pressure made her swell up, the drugs they were giving her.
That morning I knew that Carly was potentially going to die, and I knew that in order for Sheila and Trevor to have any type of closure, I saw it as my role to try and make Carly's dying as a positive experience as I could in order to help them recover.
The nurse Jess, she said, can I touch her? When you're going to turn the machine up. And Trevor said, well, you turn the machines round so we can't see them because we'll be watching for what's happening. So they put them behind the curtain and they sat on the outside. And I said, can I hold her? She said, if you want, you can get in bed with her. So I got in bed with her. I put my arm round her. Trevor had hold of me and his arm round her, and Michael were in the other side and held her. And I kept telling her, you're going to be all right, you're not going to do anymore. Then this machine just stopped making a noise. Said she's gone. She's died.
You just saw all the life just drained out of her, and she'd gone.
I didn't think she would die. I never thought she'd die.
The evening that we noticed the clock on the wall, there was a pendulum clock, used to keep excellent time. And it was wound up, by the way. It had stopped at 10 to 10, which is the exact minute that Carly died.
It's 8 weeks before Trevor and Sheila are able to bury their beloved daughter.
The day we buried Carly, it had been raining for ages, and then on the day of the funeral, it was a lovely sunny day.
So many people turned up. It was all in the streets. I'd never like to go through that experience again.
It felt wrong, it felt unfair that they should have to be doing this at her age.
As Trevor and Sheila prepare to say their final goodbyes, Carly's friends have some shocking news about what they witnessed in Carly and Pilkington's relationship.
And while we was waiting, we got talking to some of Carly's friends, and they said they needed to speak up and told us what had gone on. They told us that he'd been abusing her for a couple of years, on and off. They witnessed the fact, and they couldn't say nothing because Carly had sworn them to secrecy. Please don't tell me mum and dad, otherwise my dad'll kick off and cause a big ruckus. And
you try to think of all the incidents that you look back on and you think it was him.
You can imagine her feeling, and we then went over to the grave and we looked in and Sheila collapsed. She collapsed at the graveside. I was thinking, why have I not spotted it? The guilt was coming back then. You never think that will happen to one of your own.
And I was thinking, God, I can't wait, get up there.
I wanted him to get 16 to 18 years.
You could see he had no remorse whatsoever, nothing.
And I started screaming at him, you killed my baby, you killed my baby.
In February 2006, 19-year-old Carly Fairhurst died in her mother's arms. 10 months later, her boyfriend Darren Pilkington is about to face trial for her murder.
I thought the one thing I can do for my daughter now is speak up in court, and I'll have my say. I'll defend her, let people know what he's like.
Personally, I didn't want to see him. No, Sheila did. I just didn't even want to see his face at all. And I wanted him to get 16 to 18 years. That was my expectations of it.
And I was thinking, God, I can't wait, get up there. I can't wait and just say my bit. And while we were sat outside, they adjourned, I think it was for lunch or whatever. When we come back, they said, you're not going to go up. He's pleaded guilty to manslaughter.
When Trevor and Sheila are allowed in court for sentencing, they come face to face with their daughter's killer.
He stood up, and I thought, I just flipped and I started screaming at him. And shouted, you killed my baby, you've killed my baby.
You could see he had no remorse whatsoever, nothing. He just stood there like it was just another court case, just a little burglary or whatever he'd done.
I remember the barrister saying, look, the sentence that he'll be given is an indeterminate sentence, and he'll be given 3 years and 53 days. And I brought it down. I said, is that all she's worth? Is all she's worth to you, 3 years and 53 days? I'll never forget that as long as I live.
Just gobsmacked. Just couldn't believe it. So he's not getting a life sentence, he said. Unfortunately not.
You know, there's a justice in that. Who are the victims here? Beyond me.
Although he is accountable for Carly's death, Dr. Kerry Nixon believes Pilkington didn't intend to kill Carly.
I don't think he probably intended to kill her that night, because I think he was quite happy having her adoring him. He set up home with her. He had her doing what he wanted. She was a pretty girl on his arm. She adored him. She probably looked after him. She probably took care of him, made his dinner, etc. I think he was quite enjoying life with Carly and would have carried on in that life for a long time to come, still abusing her. So he probably didn't intend to kill her that night.
Not an hour of the day goes by that I don't think of her. That's all I can say, really.
She was everything. She was my best friend, my little girl. She had an infectious laugh. She was silly as anything. We had the same sense of humour. I miss her music. She used to have little dances. She's my little girl.
In the years since Carly's death, Trevor and Sheila have dedicated their lives to raising awareness of domestic violence. They have raised thousands of pounds for victim support counselling services through the Carly Fund.
Decided to set up the Carly Fund, and we didn't realise how big it would take off.
And in turn, that's kept us going, and Carly's not died in vain, and she's helping other people, even though she's not here. And the amount of people you know are suffering from domestic violence, and they put up with it because, well, they think they have to. But there's people out there who'll help, and they just need to ask for it.
If you'd have told me then that they would have gone on to achieve what they've achieved today, I would have said never. Never in a million years, because they were just bereft. But they just used this grief as ammunition to do good for the people. I think it's amazing.
Instead of being driven apart by all of these events, instead, this couple have cemented and furthered their relationship. And Carly would be incredibly proud of the fact that her parents are still together, loving each other and remembering her well. And that's something that Pilkington will never be able to take away from them.
We just stuck together, haven't we? And done it as a team, haven't we? Honestly, it's my rock. I don't know what to do without it. Kelly will never be forgotten, and she's helping other people, even though she's not here, and she's what Kelly would be doing if she was.
In July 2010, 26-year-old nurse Jane Clough is murdered in the car park of the hospital where she works. Her killer is the father of her baby daughter, Jonathan Vass. Jane had revealed a dark taboo by reporting Vass for rape, but he was released on bail and took his revenge.
We're a nice family. Things like this don't happen to us.
He was leading a double life. Add the steroid use on top of that, and you created a monster.
How dare he do these things to Jane?
This wasn't a killing of passion. This was an act of revenge. She had dared to cross him, and he would make sure that she paid the ultimate price.
How can it be when you report rape that you end up dead?
Britain's Darkest Taboos reveals the shocking, real stories behind the most horrific acts of familial crime, including prostitution.
Kirsty was two people. As soon as she'd finished her shift in the parlour, she became the girl next door.
Murder.
He systematically, one by one, killed them.
It was a tale of true horror.
And incest.
David, your daddy raped Victor.
I was 12 and I just found out I was carrying my brother's baby.
John and Penny Clough were married in December 1978, and 5 years later, they are expecting their second child.
We were really lucky and we knew it. You know, we'd already got a little boy. We were madly in love. We'd got his own little home and we were having another baby and, you know, lucky enough to get a girl.
She was just gorgeous right from day one.
John had bought a new camera, took a photo of her and she was looking directly at him. And you felt almost as if, you know, that bond was there between baby and daddy.
Even now, it can bring a tear to your eye, just thinking about it. Because she grew up in just the most beautiful, loving and caring way.
It seemed perfect and we felt probably invincible, you know, that nothing could ruin our little world.
As Jane grows up, she excels in school.
She was bright academically and we were very, very proud of her.
She was always really, really clever.
She was a goody-goody. You felt so privileged to have this kid who actually did as she was told, that you'd know would be where she said she would be, that made a mess but tidied up. Oh, it seemed quite unreal, to be honest.
Jane has a close relationship with elder brother Pete and younger sister Louise.
I think if any of them had any problems that they didn't want to come to Mum and Dad about, they would go to Jane. She was always there for them. She'd always listen and always make time.
I could trust her with anything, absolutely anything. You know, she probably knows a few secrets that nobody else knows.
You knew that this girl was kind of developing into a woman that would be fantastic, either career-wise or as a mum or whatever. You could see that really shine through.
Jane follows in her mum's footsteps and becomes a nurse working in the A&E department. Psychologist Emma Kenny works with victims of domestic abuse in her clinics and has been looking into Jane's character.
Jane was absolutely vocational in her caring. It wasn't just about being a nurse, it was about being as good a person as she could possibly be. She volunteered, she would always give up her time when people needed it. There was something intrinsic in her nature that said life was about connecting with other people, caring for other people, and going that little bit further than the average human being does. She reflected that in the way that she acted, in the way that she lived, and in her chosen career.
She was very bubbly, you know, a lovely personality about her. She was a lovely nurse, so passionate about her job. She was a really good role model. She was what a nurse should be.
At Blackpool Victoria Hospital, where Jane works, she meets married father of two, ambulance technician Jonathan Vass. He concocts a story to woo Jane about him going through a difficult divorce. Forensic psychologist Dr. Kerry Nixon works with Merseyside Police, assessing risk factors in serious violent offenders to help prevent domestic homicide. And she's been looking into Vass's background for this programme.
He's a nightclub bouncer, he takes steroids, he's a body lifter. He's got a very macho image, and lots of women is just another part of that macho image. And also, as he's starting to show his true colours with one woman, he'll start another relationship up with another woman and go through the same cycle, the same pattern.
But Jane falls for Vass and takes him home to meet her family.
He was a very plausible person. He liked to try and pass himself off as a paramedic, but he was an ambulance technician.
He worked in the same area as her, so they had some very common features about their life and experience. And I imagine that Jane also felt that some of his qualities would mirror her just because of his chosen career.
And you almost felt sorry for him because he kind of portrayed this illusion that actually that his wife was adulterous and he was the hurt party. And, you know, he'd got two little kiddies and all this kind of thing. And, you know, there was part of that where your heart went out to him, and I can see Jane's heart going out to him.
Jane believes she's met the man of her dreams.
He used to shower with a lot of gifts, take on expensive holidays. She was very happy at that point. You know, new relationship. You get a buzz inside you, don't you, when that happens?
If all domestic abuse perpetrators showed their true colours in the beginning, nobody would fall for them. So they're very charming in the beginning to entice the woman, to get the woman where they want them. It's all part of their control tactics.
But the cracks in Vass's perfect persona soon appear.
As he got more involved within our family life, he would trip himself up over towards not just little lies, but incredible situations where he said his grandma had died, had a house on Baker Street in London, and, you know, he'd been left an inheritance. Well, I think you kind of think, you know, Baker Street, London, millions.
They went away on holiday. His credit card was maxed out, so Jane had to spend, you know, a lot on her card.
Inherent lying behaviour, making up stories about his money and inheritances, which car he drives, how much money he earns. Very narcissistic traits that we see in some offenders.
There was just something, I don't know, you call it a gut feeling, that there was something not quite right.
Jane's parents' instincts are correct. The truth is, Vass is leading a double life.
He had two children by his wife, and
He would say that, you know, his wife's going to work, he has duties to go and look after the children while she's at work. And, you know, I think Jane felt good about that, you know, he was taking responsibility for his children. But in actuality, he was going back and sharing the marital bed, and Jane was a third party. Then we also found out that there was a third person in his life.
Once he started dating Jane, he was already involved in a relationship with another woman and also had other girlfriends as well, so he had numerous relationships. And that's something that I've seen from my research with violent offenders, generally violent offenders. Part of the macho stereotype. I can have any woman I want. Makes him feel like a man.
But Jane is totally unaware of Vass's other relationships, and very quickly he moves in with her.
It's clear that Jane trusted Vass, but it's at that point we have to remember who Jane is. She's a compassionate, caring, trusting human being from an excellent family. It's in her nature to believe people, and his story is convincing enough to tie her into that belief.
In early 2009, a year after the start of their relationship, Jane and Vass reveal they are trying for a baby.
To me, the relationship was built on rocky foundations, and that he wasn't at all trustworthy, he didn't have integrity, and then for him to come just a few weeks later and say that he was absolutely shocked that Jane was pregnant. You know, I just said, well, you know the facts of life, Johnny. You know how babies are made, you've already got two.
Vass's subsequent change of heart makes Penny even more suspicious of him.
I found him really quite repulsive at that time.
Dr. Kerry Nixon believes that getting pregnant to someone like Vass put Jane in danger.
Pregnancy is a known risk factor in domestic abuse. Often domestic abuse will either begin or escalate during pregnancy. It's connected to extreme jealousy, so the attention is no longer fully on the man. Vass comes across as a very egocentric character. It's all about him and what he wants, with no consideration of other people's feelings. In this case, he's got all the stress of all these multiple relationships ongoing as well. So if we were conducting a risk assessment on Vass, he ticks the majority of the boxes.
Vass is a ticking time bomb, and he's about to explode.
It was one of those things that just put you even more on your guard against this man. He did not seem to us normal.
Generally, if there's severe physical violence in a domestic abuse situation, you very commonly will have sexual assault as well.
And all she wanted was love. He just couldn't see that. All he wanted was control.
In 2009, Jane Clough is expecting her first child with boyfriend Jonathan Vass. But Vass is not the man Jane thinks he is, and he starts exhibiting controlling behaviour.
He didn't want her to see her friends as often. Jane was a very outgoing and sociable person, and he tried to limit that time that she would spend with her families, changing her from a bubbly, outgoing girl to somebody that he could control.
He would phone her all the time, he would text her, he'd want to know where she was every minute of the day. If she met up with friends, went out to lunch, he'd find out where she was and appear. Even if it was out of the way for him, he was just trying to catch her out.
Kind of implied he had no trust in Jane, when really it should have been Jane who had no trust in him.
Vass's paranoid behaviour takes a more sinister turn.
Jane came to us one day and said Vass had been going through a very private things that she kept in a special box. We knew she'd had this box for years as a little girl growing up, where she put her private mementos, little letters or whatever, and he'd gone through that. He'd found photographs of her with old boyfriends where he'd actually torn them in half and torn the old boyfriend up. And to us, we were just aghast that he could do that. It just seemed far too intrusive. It was one of those things that just put you even more on your guard against this man. He did not seem to us normal.
Vass's paranoia may have been the result of his use of steroids, and the pressure of maintaining his other lives is tipping him over the edge.
The multiple relationships which we see in the backgrounds of violent offenders, generally the macho image, who's leading a double life, so that would probably, for anybody, have an element of stress on top of everything else. Add the steroid use on top of that, and you created a monster.
6'3" and 17 stone, bodybuilder Vass begins taking his anger out on Jane.
At this point, during the pregnancy, at Jane's most vulnerable, most needy, and most fragile, Vass becomes violent with her.
Hitting her, keeping the marks in a position where they weren't readily visible, so she'd wear long sleeve jumpers to cover her arms.
But to spare their feelings, Jane hasn't told her parents the full extent of the abuse she suffers at the hands of Vass.
But by this point, Jane has built up a relationship with a man that she believes she loves and trusts, and has created a life. She's in an incredibly difficult scenario right now.
According to Dr. Kerry Nixon, the areas Vass assaults reveal the true extent of the domestic abuse Jane is suffering.
If the violence is actually directed to the stomach area, it could be that they are jealous of potentially suspecting that the baby isn't theirs. Whereas in this case, with Jane, we know that the injuries were directed to her face. So this suggests, in this case, that it was part of ongoing domestic abuse.
It's just horrifying to know that this man, well, alleged man, has hit her so hard that it's marked her.
Courageously, Jane decides to report Vass for assault.
She went to the police, but because of the implications of what it would have on his career, she decided not to take the charges forward. But she kept the evidence.
It's understandable that in spite of the violence that begins, until that point, he has been what she considers a good partner and a good parent. And that undoubtedly is what she's hoping will return.
She still wanted to be in a relationship with this man, even though he was abusing her now. She still felt that she could get that nice Jonathan Vass back from the early weeks of the relationship. And really, it was all a scam. She was never going to get the nice Jonathan Vass because the nice Jonathan Vass didn't exist.
We told Jane that he wasn't welcome here anymore.
Vass promises to change and agrees to seek professional help for his violent temper.
They decided to go to his family doctor together, and the family doctor referred them for counselling.
He only appeared at one session of the anger management, never went again, but used the excuse of going to the sessions to go and take part in his other lives.
But without anger management, Vass's violent behaviour continues. Dr. Kerry Nixon believes where there is domestic violence in a relationship, there is often another dark taboo.
Violence escalates in their relationship, which again is very typical in this type of domestic abuse situation. It's very much a violent control situation. Generally, if there's severe physical violence in a domestic abuse situation, you very commonly will have sexual assault as well.
In November 2009, a few weeks after the birth of her baby daughter, Jane accuses Vass of raping her in text messages.
You have hurt, raped, and reduced me to tears on countless occasions. I'm scared of you.
Chillingly, Vass replies, "We are staying together regardless of our problems." In another message, Jane says,
I love you, Johnny, but I don't feel safe with you anymore.
Vass replies, "I love you too, but why run to your parents? I'm not going to kill you." On the 29th of November 2009, Jane telephones the police, alleging Vass has raped her in front of their 6-week-old daughter.
It's interesting that it's at that point of the alleged rape that Jane seeks to end the relationship.
Very often, when somebody aggresses a person in front of their child, it changes the way that they feel about that individual. Something shifts in Jane's mentality, and she recognises that she needs to escape and that he needs to be brought to justice.
I think it became clear to Jane that not only was she at incredible risk from this man and he was not going to change, but baby was at risk as well. I was so thrilled when she reported him to police and decided to take it further.
Jane makes lengthy, emotional statements to the police about the alleged rapes, and Vass is charged with 9 counts of rape, 1 of sexual assault, and 3 counts of common assault. He is remanded in custody, and Jane reveals what's happened to her devastated parents.
I don't think you can imagine what it's like as a parent, kind of imagining what your daughter's come through, because you do. The hurt, the pain, the fact that he was so big and muscly and she was so petite. You just felt like you wanted this man locked up, you know, and for her to be safe.
It sickens you that this person had such a lovely, beautiful girl, and he could have had such a good life with her, and all she wanted was love. But he just couldn't see that. All he wanted was control. As a dad, you cringe to the core. It's just such a horrible concept that your daughter can be abused in such an intrusive and violent way. You know, we're a nice family. Things like this don't happen to us. You know, you read about this in the paper, it'll always happen to someone else. And then, you know, lo and behold, you have first-hand experience, first-hand knowledge of someone that you love so deeply, who's been hurt so badly.
It's horribly, you know, imagine yourself hearing that about your sister. Like, it's disgusting. It is, you know.
You know, how dare he do these things to Jane? You know, it was. You feel so helpless. You feel angry enough to do something stupid. But, you know, the police are involved, you know, that he's going to be dealt with. And you put your faith then into the system.
Jane has dared to stand up to Vass, and he doesn't like it. In prison, Vass is plotting revenge.
He was very egocentric, so he wouldn't have blamed himself for putting himself in prison. He would have blamed Jane. It was Jane's fault that he was there, not his own fault for abusing Jane and being put in prison, but Jane's fault for putting him there.
But to Jane and her family's horror, Vass is released on bail.
For him to be let go on bail was horrendous. And the conditions of bail were just ludicrous words.
Vass's bail conditions say he's not to contact Jane or enter the borough of Burnley and Pendle where Jane lives. Judge Simon Newell has since released a statement explaining his decision to grant Vass bail.
At no stage was there any evidence presented to the court that Mr. Vass was likely to commit further offences against Jane. Vass was a paramedic of previous good character.
For the Clough family, this is terrifying. Jane has recognised how dangerous he is, how threatening he is, and she is also aware now that she has a daughter to protect.
You could see the fear in Jane's face. She couldn't believe it. I think she'd been so expecting him to be held.
It's unimaginable to consider knowing that the man who has abused and harmed you has been free to walk the streets and has access to your whereabouts. For anybody, this is a terrifying experience.
With Vass walking the streets, Jane becomes a prisoner in her own home. Terrified of him killing her, she predicts that he will seek revenge. 7 months later, tragically, she is proven right.
She expresses consistently through her writing that she fears that this is the lull before the storm and that he is coming for her.
She said that she's scared that he'll come and get her. I remember saying, how's he going to come and get you? And they were my words, and I thought I eat those words now.
Someone came to shout me that someone had been stabbed outside.
You have a daughter, Jane. We believe she's been murdered.
In December 2009, Jonathan Vass is released on bail after being charged with 9 counts of rape, 1 sexual assault and 3 counts of common assault on the mother of his baby, Jane Clough.
He would have come out extremely angry at Jane for doing that to him, because from his narcissistic, egocentric way of looking at it, it was all her fault that he was there, not down to his own actions.
Vass's release is Jane and her family's worst nightmare. It began months of fear for them all.
Jane became the prisoner, and he had his freedom. It was the wrong way around.
Our house became like a fortress.
All the doors locked.
You did look out of the window if somebody came to the door.
You're checking to see who it is.
We felt the threat was very real, and we could see it, you know. We knew that he would do something. Jane knew that he would do something.
She was frightened to go back to her own house.
So it became very important to us to do what we could to protect her.
Yeah, she was a wreck. All I could do was, be a big brother to her.
You know, you could tell that she hadn't slept. She would say that she's not slept. You could tell that she'd been crying.
Jane begins writing a diary where she describes her feelings towards Vass and her fears over what he would do to her.
Just goes through the fear that she had. Basically knowing that he was going to get her one way or another.
I'm worried Johnny is going to do something stupid like try and find me. Time is running out for him.
She sees that he's going to be building in frustration and anger and resentment, and she worries that because he knows that there is a court date and he has to possibly go to prison, and in fact it seems that she expected him to go to prison, she feels that there is an opportunity for him to cause her great harm.
In March 2010, Jane writes,
What plan is he hatching? I don't believe he'll just sit back and let a jury find him guilty. He's not going to let them send him back to prison. And I can't help thinking he'll get his revenge on me.
Research tells us that if a victim says that they're afraid, if they feel that they are in danger, they often are.
I've been worried today about Johnny coming to get me, even killing me if he gets found guilty when he's released, awaiting sentencing. What would stop him? He's probably going to blame me.
We are under no illusion here that she has been growing in her understanding of this man's capacity for harm and capability. In fact, she expresses consistently through her writing that she fears that this is the lull before the storm and that he is coming for her.
As well as writing her fears down, Jane confides in her family.
She said that she's scared that he'll come and get her. I remember saying, how's he going to come and get you? And they were my words, and I thought I eat those words now.
In the spring of 2010, Jane spends days with police, making statements, determined to build up the strongest case possible against Vass. Slowly, with the support of her family, Jane grows in confidence, and there are signs her life is getting back on track without Vass.
I think it would have been so easy to back out and not go to court. But I think she felt so strongly that he had to answer for what he'd done to her.
Realizing Jane is not going to back down, Vass confides in one of Jane's colleagues that if he gets found guilty, he will kill Jane. The colleague passes this off as bravado.
He knew that she wasn't going to back down and that things were going to go ahead and she was going to have a day in court.
It seems that he was driven by a hatred of Jane, following what she, in his mind, had done to him. So she had alleged this rape. She had put him in prison. It was her fault that he was in this situation. and she had to pay for that.
Jane returns to work in the summer of 2010. But in the first few weeks, she has a colleague walk with her from the car park into the hospital, as she still feels uneasy being on her own. There is no sign of Vass. On the 25th of July 2010, at around 7 p.m, Jane leaves her 9-month-old daughter at her parents' home and makes her way to Blackpool Victoria Hospital for her shift.
On that evening, Jane parked in a car park, probably about 100 yards from the main entrance of the hospital where she was working. We believe Jonathan Vass was waiting for her. It would appear that Jane's gotten out of her car, has walked across the car park. She appears to have stopped. We believe that Jonathan Vass has called her back over and she's turned round to speak to him. We don't know what happened in that conversation. That isn't covered by CCTV, but we do know then that he brutally attacked her.
A&E nurse Mandy Futrell is one of the first on the scene.
Someone came to shout me that someone had been stabbed outside.
He embarked on a frenzied attack, repeatedly stabbing her over 70 times.
It was a brutal attack. She was heavily bloodstained. He forced her towards the back of her car, and we believe some of the attack occurred there.
Then he calmly walked away and then went back and slit her throat to make sure that he'd actually killed her.
This wasn't a killing of passion. This was an act of revenge. She had dared to cross him, and he would make sure that she paid the ultimate price.
We received Jane into the resource area, and that's when we worked on her. She had no signs of life. She was in cardiac arrest. She'd lost a lot of blood, so we got blood into her very quickly. But we had to declare her that she'd died. That's when we found a uniform in a bag, and we realised who it was through her name.
She was due to start her shift with her friends. She was so badly injured that they did not recognise her for some considerable period of time, and it was a great shock, and they were greatly traumatised when they finally realised that it was her and what they were dealing with. It must have been horrendous for them.
I said, let's just see, let's have a look at her, let's make sure it's Jane. And of course it was. The shock of it was just enormous. There was just an air of sadness all the time, just like a hole missing.
A few hours after the attack, the police are at the Clough's house with devastating news.
There's a knock on the door, and there's a police officer there.
I think your heart almost sinks because you know it's not going to be good news. And to us it was the worst news.
You have a daughter, Jane. We believe she's been murdered. She's been killed.
Oh gosh, it sounds awful. You have that tiny, tiny hope that it might have been somebody else, which is awful. But you know in your heart, if they're coming to you and saying they think it's Jane and she works at that hospital, you know it's Jane.
No, it's just your heart. You lose your breath. It takes your breath away.
It's not physical pain, but it's emotional pain, and there's nothing you can do about it. It just hurts so much.
And you know who's done it, you know, from saying what's happened, you know who's responsible.
There's nobody else who would have even thought of it, who could have done it, I don't think. The only person who ever hurt Jane was Vaz, so to us it was a natural conclusion.
Meanwhile, Vass is on the run, and he's targeting Jane's family home.
Around 6 o'clock the following morning, Jonathan Vass turned up at the home address of Jane's parents.
Armed police are there to greet him.
We just heard Pete shouting, He's here, he's here.
He'd sort of parked in the middle of the road and approached the house. And 2 women, police officers, had tried to arrest him. And in his macho way, he said, only male officers. So they tasered him and brought him down.
I think he'd come to kill the baby. And I don't think he could ever, to be honest, stand us supporting Jane. I think it miffed him that he couldn't break us as a family. And I think he really had very harmful intentions. We were too strong for him as a family.
When police search Vass's car, they find matches and full cans of petrol in his boot.
We believe that he come to torch the place with us all in it.
He was so consumed by anger that he wasn't thinking straight anyway. His baby, you know, he hated Jane. He hated her parents. He blamed everybody else apart from himself for what had happened. It's Jane's fault. This is happening. It's her parents' fault. They pulled her away from me. And his child is just another victim.
A few days after Jane's murder, on her dad John's 50th birthday, they have to identify their beloved daughter's body.
I wanted to see her. In fact, I wanted to see her injuries, but the police didn't want us to see her injuries. She looked very peaceful. You could obviously tell it was Jane, and you could just see she had beautiful brown eyes. You could just see her brown eyes kind of peeping through her eyelashes. I just kissed her, told her I loved her, and basically that the bastard couldn't hurt her anymore. But I was angry.
While under arrest, Vass admits killing Jane, but shows no remorse for his actions.
Jonathan Vass, in my opinion, is a bully. He didn't show any remorse at all throughout this process. The only comment he's ever made was, "I did it," and I think he made one sentence in the whole time we interviewed him. As I said, he's a bully. He couldn't cope with the fact that Jane was standing up to him, was going to go through with his court case. He could see his life in ruins and decided to take this dreadful action to try and end it. I have no sympathy at all for Jonathan Vass. He is the maker of his own misfortune.
It's a nightmare that your family shouldn't have to go through, because you know that Jane shouldn't have had to go through that. How can it be when you report rape that you end up dead? You know, there's something wrong.
Vass is charged with Jane's murder, and the trial is set for October 2010.
In prison, if you're a rapist, you want to step above a paedophile. To me, it was so important that Vass was that rapist.
On October the 7th, 2010, at Preston Crown Court, 30-year-old Jonathan Vass pleads guilty to the brutal murder of his ex-girlfriend, 26-year-old nurse Jane Clough.
Scum. So scum.
I think he's despicable. I think he needs to be in prison for life. And I think he needs to be tried as a rapist. And as the way things stand at the moment, he isn't even on the sex offenders list. I want him to know we're going to try and make that happen.
His lack of feeling is very indicative of antisocial personality traits. Very indicative. He shows absolutely no remorse whatsoever. It's cold and calculated.
A week later, Vass is sentenced to life imprisonment and ordered to serve a minimum of 30 years. The judge describes it as a brutal and callous murder for which Vass has shown no remorse. But to the horror of Jane's parents, the judge says in court that because Vass pleaded guilty to the most serious crime in the criminal calendar, murder, the rape charges are to remain on file.
Jane had done something very incredible. She'd tried to get out of a domestic abuse relationship. She tried to keep herself safe, her baby safe, go through the court system and get this man made accountable for the crimes he committed. And then when you hear that a judge is going to actually let him off with the rapes because he's pleaded guilty to murder, it's like you've been stabbed.
Jane's parents ideally want closure, and that closure occurs when Vass is tried for rape. That was the reason that he killed their daughter. And in many ways, as far as they're concerned, Jane deserves that dignity to have been acknowledged as a victim of rape.
This is the case that I talk about in my research when I look at domestic homicides. The risk factors were there, the warning signs were there. It's a preventable case, and she still was killed, and that's what makes it so sad.
It just sent out the wrong message to anybody wanting to report rape and to the people who do rape, because in prison you're treated far better by your other prisoners as a murderer because you're the big man. Whereas if you're a rapist, you're one step above a paedophile. To me, it was so important that Vass was that rapist.
Since Vass was sentenced, John and Penny have campaigned for justice for Jane, determined to change the bail laws which would stop people like Vass being released to commit further crimes. They have campaigned for the prosecution to have the right to appeal if the accused is granted bail.
We look back to the day of that bail hearing and we think Jane's death was preventable. I think she would have expected us to look at what happened and try and make changes so that it couldn't happen again.
We are her voice now, and that's why really we've become campaigners, to make things different for the victims, and that's what Jane would have done. It's given us a reason to get out of bed and to carry on with life, because it would have been easy not to.
In February 2012, John and Penny are invited to the House of Lords to see their bail amendment passed.
I've had the humbling privilege of meeting this morning Jane's parents, John and Penny Clough.
It got cross-party support and went through. It was quite an honour to be there.
If this house were given to standing ovations, they would be greeted with such an ovation today.
I think it was a momentous thing to do, knowing that it's going to be there to protect other victims, but I think we both felt very deeply the cost.
Yeah.
Why we were doing it, it's because we've lost Jane. And so on one hand you're feeling up there because you've done it, but on the other hand you're feeling down there because you've done it because your daughter's been murdered.
Very proud of them. Can't believe how much hard work they've done. It's fantastic.
They continued Jane's legacy, being caring, compassionate, good human beings who continue to fight even with such adversity.
And in July 2012, the Director of Public Prosecutions, Keir Starmer, says that in cases where an offence as serious as rape is alleged in the context of a subsequent murder, the Crown Prosecution Service should persist with the rape charges. He said, leaving charges such as rape to lie on file will now become the exception, not the rule.
The admiration I think the whole country have got for them is massive. I feel very lucky that my mum and dad, and I think they'd have done the same for any of us.
But for her family and those who love Jane, the hole she's left behind is immense.
Probably one of the best nurses we've had. Shining star.
A beautiful, loving, caring girl that everyone's going to miss. I just can't bring myself to do the number on my phone. Because I still expect her to keep ringing me and texting me.
I'd look forward to her meeting the right man and being able to walk her down the aisle and give her away to someone who deserved her. And I'll never get to do that.
I see my mum and dad sometimes, and the pain that they're feeling, it's different to my aunt's third daughter. She was my sister. It's heartbreaking. It makes you mad.
It's that kind of realisation that this person isn't going to walk through the door again and make you laugh and smile, that you can't give her a hug, that she can't give you a hug, and just have that ongoing relationship that we should still be having.
I do feel a strong guilt that, you know, I'm her dad. She's my baby, and I'm supposed to be there to protect her. And I couldn't help her. I couldn't protect her. There's times when I can feel myself floating above the car park and watching what's happened, seeing it all in detail and not being able to do anything. It's something that traumatises you, and it will be with us for the rest of our lives.
But after more than 30 years of marriage, John and Penny are determined the murder of their beautiful and beloved daughter won't destroy their family.
He's always been my best friend. And,
Same here.
oh, thank you, Cluffy. Yeah, we've always been there for one another.
We've had such a strong marriage and such a strong family that it will take a lot more than something Jonathan Bass can do to us to separate us.
We still love one another, don't we? And I don't know, love finds a way. We will get through this, and I'm not saying we'll be better for it. That's the wrong word. We'll get back to how Jane saw us.